it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR, and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This is Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Hall of Famer, wishing you happy holidays from my friends at Colorado Credit Union. The holidays are all about family, giving, and looking ahead to a great new year. And just like a great team, Colorado Credit Union is here to support you, whether it's saving for holiday gifts, planning for the future, or just making life a little easier. From everyone at Colorado Credit Union, season's greetings and have a happy and healthy 2026. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Excited to have you here, Richie. Let's get it on. Excited for yesterday. Before we start out, Tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck?
Right on.
I also have to shout out all the Tribe members that showed up yesterday at the Walmart off C470 in Quebec, filling the truck for Food Bank of the Rockies. Yeah. That was so awesome to see the Tribe show up in a big way. We were able to get a big cart of groceries based on the donations that we got from Tribe members. Other Tribe members came with their own carts of groceries.
Wow.
We had a huge turnout for people out there, and just appreciate guys like Bryson, guys like Sam, everyone out there, Ken showing up. Like, thank you all for helping out in a great cause, because food insecurity for children is one of the worst things possible, and you all made a difference yesterday. So thank you, Tribe. And wow, what a great time to see everybody out and about yesterday at the food drive.
No, it was awesome. I was out there from 4 to 6 yesterday. We're going to be out there all day again today, 8 o'clock to 6 p.m. tonight. Walmart C470 in Quebec, not that far down the road from where we are right now. And you're right, Cecil. It was one of those things where, and I've volunteered there the last couple of years, and it kind of puts it in perspective a little bit when you really start to see the need that is out there. And you're walking through the aisles of a Walmart, which all of us do every day, every week throughout our day-to-day lives, and you're like, you know what? How difficult would it really be for me to just grab an extra couple cans of food? You know, it's 35 cents here, it's 50 cents there, but that 35, 50 cents is like a meal that a mother's trying to provide her kids, or that, you know, you got two parents working multiple jobs and they're just trying to make ends meet. And something small like that means so much more sometimes when we break it outside of our bubble.
I am the meme guy, as you know, the meme lord. If you text me, I'm probably just going to respond with a GIF. I saw a GIF that said, hey, Black Friday, everyone's got enough TVs. Can you knock down them groceries a little bit?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I
yeah.
think I would bum rush Safeway and King Soopers if I had a little bit more of a deal on some of the groceries there.
Black Friday in the frozen food section would rip so hard. It would just be pizzas
But frozen,
and Hot
though,
Pockets.
there's weapons there because it's like frozen steak. I'll throw it upside your head. Trying to
that's
make
true.
way.
That's true. We used to beat each other up for 35-inch TVs. Now
Yeah,
it's about
maybe a bag of frozen
Totino's rolls.
burritos. Right, exactly. Well, people are, and they say on the buy now, pay later, like people are like financing their DoorDash orders. That's how tight everything
Well, wasn't
is.
wasn't there that company that went under? They had like $1 billion in losses.
Because they do the buy and for thing, and then 50% of people default on that.
Yeah, listen, if you need to break up your Chipotle burrito into 4 interest-free financed payments, then there's other problems going on with your
but that
situation.
also just shows how tight it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm no judgment on that because it is really tight. But yes, y'all made a difference, so thank you for that.
Shout out on the text line with the Tribe roll call. Q from Westwood getting ready to go to the barber shop to hand out some fades and get dudes
Nice.
laid. Your lady's favorite barber,
Wow.
says Q.
Wow.
Shout out. Listen.
Okay.
That's the kind of attitude I want from my barber, though.
Okay.
Like a
He knows what
man's-
you're there for.
Yes, a man's relationship with his barber is sacred, and I think that's I mean, you wouldn't know about that. You haven't cut your hair in God knows how long now.
But shout out Louie, who used to be my barber, the Broncos barber. So yeah.
Oh hell
He
yeah!
does a great job.
You had the same barber as members
Von
of the
Miller.
Denver Broncos.
Yeah, as
and
Von
you're
Miller
growing
still
your
has
hair
today.
out. You're neglecting him.
It's a spiritual reason. I've explained that before on air. And if the Broncos win the Super Bowl, yeah, I'll cut my hair.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Stokely's been looking for months to try to
Yeah, I
find
know,
a reason to
'cause
get you to cut
he's
your
worried
hair.
about the hair all over here.
I like how he phrased it, by the way. He was like, Mike's like, yeah, Stokely has to clean up that hair. I'm like, wait a minute. I was flipping the chairs upside down.
You were the guy that did that.
Doing that. Shout out to Rick in Littleton. Says he's delivering all day. Diehard fan listener. The Nuggets will find a way to beat Houston tonight.
Yes.
Have a great weekend. Great weekend to you, Rick. Shout out to everyone out there in Littleton. That's an interesting one, Cease. The Nuggets do have kind of a sneaky, important game coming up tonight against the Houston Rockets, and it gets into that NBA Cup, mentality.
Right.
And you got the biggest thing, I think, for me with the NBA Cup, aside of just like, we're constantly trying to find ways to make 82-game regular seasons feel more
Like they
urgent
matter.
and relevant. But I feel like the viewing experience is so hit or miss based on the friggin' court. Like, I think the Nuggets are going to be playing on a blood-red Rockets court tonight.
Ugh.
Yeah, I just...
It'll make your eyes hurt.
Yeah, but hopefully the beautiful basketball being played by Nikola Jokic and company helps.
Well, hopefully Nikola doesn't have those, 9 turnovers? Hopefully he doesn't
Foul
foul
out early in the game,
Right,
I know.
Right. Hopefully the Nuggets start playing like the Avs play on a nightly basis at Ball Arena. And,
Brother.
of course, it's great to keep that home winning streak going last night. Taking that first shot, though, early on, I'm not saying worried, but it just kind of sucks. When there's an early goal against your team, and you're like, "God damn it! I haven't even looked to what's gonna happen in this game. I can't even really get excited yet because you already had a goal on him, and kind of a weird goal, bounced off the skate, whatever. Gets past Wedgie. Wedgie didn't take a lot of shots, but he gave up a few goals there. So for me, early on, I like to see the Avs get a hot start. They didn't get that, but what did Cale Makar say? I think 3 times he doesn't say a lot. But 3 times in his post-game interview, he said resilient.
Yeah.
This team is resilient, and they can win in multiple ways, whether that's hot start or whether it's rallying in the third.
Yeah, and it is kind of one of those things, I feel like, where when you give up an early goal, which honestly teams that play the Avs are pretty familiar with. I mean, how many times has Marty Necas this season scored a goal inside of 60 seconds of hockey to start a game? But
we're spoiled.
To the point of resilience, to the point of what Cale Makar is getting at, it was the 8th time this season already through 20 games that the Avs have surrendered the first goal of the game. They're 5-0-3 in those games. So if you stretch that out over an 82-game pace, that's 133 points that they will have accumulated when the team, or would accumulate when a team takes a 1-0 lead on them. So I think that this Avalanche team, the way that it's been constructed, the way that Chris McFarland, starting with the goaltender room that was overhauled and then adding in the various depth pieces from the middle 6 and especially into the bottom 6, it's built for for moments like that. It's built for comebacks like that. And there is very few instances where I think the Avs are truly in a situation that they can't, in theory, shoot themselves back into.
Right. They're in that situation, and now they're in it with Brindley banged up, Val, of course, banged up, Logan O'Connor banged up. Question that we'll ask the Tribe today, lady like Mel and gentlemen like Creaky out there, who's going to replace Brindley? Are these injuries starting to pile up? Are they starting to be a concern for you? Or is it all good because this team is rolling as the best team in the NHL?
They are. They certainly are. And I'll add one more question in there for you, Cecil. We can toss it out to the Tribe on the text line. Shout out to YouTube. Everything that you just laid out there, Brindley on the second line, injuries starting to pile up. Both Ball Arena tenants are kind of having some depth tested from an injury perspective. And I'm starting to ask myself whose depth between the Nuggets and the Avalanche I have more faith in to kind of continue each team's respective hot start. So hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Hit us up on the YouTube chat if you're watching us live on YouTube. What's up? Shout out. YouTube. We will get into your responses, and I'll give mine coming up next.
Has Bo Nix already proven he has the clutch gene?
What I'm seeing here is real. When you tell this man, go make a damn play, he's going to make that damn play for you. That's all I need to know is my quarterback is ready to roll when it matters the most.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's Toyotathon at Groove Toyota, and our used lot is stacked. Choose from hundreds of used and Toyota certified vehicles, from Colorado-ready SUVs to reliable commuters, plus over 25 vehicles under $10,000. If you want selection and value, you won't find a better lineup anywhere else. Lock in your deal now before the clock runs out. Shop today online at GrooveToyota.com or on Broadway in Inglewood. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
This holiday, doesn't she deserve Takori?
Handcrafted in California, Takori rings have design details you won't find in other diamond engagement rings.
Including Takori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Takori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Takori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Takori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Bruce Williams. She deserves nothing less. You'll find your Takori jewelry at both Williams Jewelers.
Now celebrating over 75 years as Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
So this holiday season, come, fall in love with Takori, the ring she's always dreamed of.
Takori at Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Both teams that call Ball Arena home are having a little bit of depth tested early in this 2025
Yes, they are.
season. The Nuggets is kind of come in waves, and the Avs, I feel like it's kind of piling up all fairly recently.
Right.
When you're looking at the Colorado Avalanche, Gavin Brindley leaves the game last night midway through the first period. He now joins Big Val, Valeri Nichushkin, Logan O'Connor, Joel Kiviranta as players who are going to...
Logan O'Connor's missing time.
Yeah, I said Logan O'Connor.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. Not listening to me already in the first 15 minutes of the show. That's a good start.
Calling me out in the first 15 minutes of the show.
Well, listen, I don't have to call you out. Everyone on YouTube can see it.
Okay.
Eyes glazed over, 16 minutes in. Am I that boring?
No.
I'm just kidding.
No.
But no, I mean, that led to, you got guys like Tristan Nielsen, a rookie, playing their second NHL game last night because the Avs need it. Gavin Brindley was already playing minutes on the second line to pick up for Valeri Nichushkin. Now we don't know.
Doing a fine job.
Yes, listen. I am like I'm buying all the Gavin Brindley stock that I can. I feel like I've been saying that for a handful of weeks now. I think that the impression that he's made on this young season quarter pole of the season thus far is massively impressive. For him to come in as a guy who the Avs acquired in a salary dump, they were just trying to get rid of Charlie Coyle and Miles Wood. They pick up a couple of draft picks and, oh yeah, this guy Gavin Brindley, and 20 games into the following season, he's on your second line?
Right.
I mean, that's the kind of move that I feel like you see true champion contenders make. That's the move where the Chiefs pick up some scrub off the street at the trade deadline, and all of a sudden he's, scoring a touchdown in a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Or the Eagles with how much they wheel and deal and that kind of thing. That's what this move is reminiscent of to me. But then you look at the Nuggets, Cease, and they've got Cam Johnson and Aaron Gordon have already missed time in this season.
Right.
You've got
Christian
going to be reevaluated in still like another month from now. Like
maybe Christmas?
Maybe. And then Julian Strother's banged up. So you got multiple guys in the prominent rotation for the Denver Nuggets there. And I'm starting to ask myself, and the answer can be you feel fairly confident in both, but which depth between the Avs and the Nuggets do you feel most confident in at the quarter pole-ish of their seasons to kind of continue the hot start that both teams are on?
Yeah, to continue the hot start, it's the Colorado Avalanche and their depth that has already been tested and will continue to be tested. When we talk about guys like Olofsson out there skating around, like getting more opportunities, you love to see that. And what Brindley's done has been outstanding. Depth is being tested, but the stars are shining the brightest. And not to say that the Nuggets aren't. Of course, Nikola Jokic and all the triple-doubles and everything that he's doing this year. I think Jamal Murray's playing a much more engaged style of basketball. But it's the Avs and that depth. They just seem to be built for a stronger and even a longer run. Now, the Nuggets are built for perhaps franchise winning 58, 59 wins, whatever you want for the season. But things have looked a little bit off. The Bulls game, sticking to my cross since Monday till now. I'm still thinking about that one game. I'm thinking about the New Orleans game where It was kind of sloppy, kind of ugly. Thank God it was a win.
Do you think they were playing with their food a little bit against the Pelicans,
They were
right?
waiting to flip the switch, and then they almost were too late in flipping said switch, and Nikola fouls out. So I look at the Avs, and you don't really get that feeling. You know, the way that last night's game went, and you had the early goal from the Rangers, and then all of a sudden Avs fight back, and they win. They're consistently doing that. Like, if you take a punch, they punch you back like 3 times. And they do it with wave after wave and their star talent coming through. So the depth, I feel, is the Avs' advantage, and it's getting tested early on. So hopefully everyone can stay healthy and keep this thing rolling. But they are like a machine. The Nuggets have shown some kind of flaws in their machine so far early this year.
I think I would agree with you overall that I think that the Avalanche's depth thus far, I think, has shown a little bit more firepower and consistency to be able to replicate the production that some of these missing starters would acquire. But, I mean, let's not forget, Cease, Tim Hardaway Jr. has had a handful of games already as a bench depth player in this season.
Right.
That have, from a scoring perspective, have made you go, we never got that from Michael Porter Jr.
Who's the version of Zeke Naji, though, for the Avs?
Right. That's fair.
When you're dipping into the Zeke Naji level of things, you're like, oh, boy, things are getting a little thin
and
out there.
I'll give David Adelman the benefit of the doubt that I think he's maybe just tinkering and toying early in the season with a bad opponent. And then, you know, you have that combined with the fact that the Pelicans get Zion Williamson back, so they maybe feel a little bit of a surge, a little bit of a burst for like a 2-win
Derek
team.
Queen's an amazing young player.
Yeah, he really is. And, you know, sorry, Rams fans, right? Because Derek Queen was the Maryland Terrapin who kind of put a dagger in their season in the tournament not that long ago. But it was interesting, Cease, to hear Derek Queen talk about molding and kind of modeling some of his game after Nikola Jokic, right? You take, you know, comments like that, which, I mean, we talked about, you know, I want to be like Mike, right? We got movies about it. Steph Curry with the small ball revolution and kind of popularizing and really putting the three-point shot and that kind of lineup from a guard perspective into popularity. I think you're going to start to see more big men in college look to replicate and model their game after a guy like Nikola Jokic, and not just from a European perspective, because I think that's obvious.
Yes.
I think we've already seen some of that, but I think you're going to have kids here in the United States going to school and college, playing in the NCAA and going to the pros that want to model it that way because of how successful and how dominant Jokic has become. He leads the entire 2020s. In 4 major statistical categories.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's Wilt times 10, whatever you want to say. But I believe if we're having a depth conversation, the depth conversation goes back to the Avs because, again, you don't have that sort of Zeke Naji coming out there on the ice.
And they need it more, Cease. Like, you're deploying 4 lines consistently throughout a hockey game at varying levels of minutes. You're not playing through the entirety of your bench in an NBA game. There's 3 or 4 guys every night who are DNPs, coach's decision, and all of that. So I think the Avs need it a little bit more, and I think that when you're talking about some of the scoring depth that we've already seen with the Victor Olofssons and the Parker Kellys, Bardakov's having one of his better starts to a season as a pro, I do think that they are overall more set up to kind of withstand some of these injuries. But that being said, it does feel like, as tough as they are, hockey injuries that are shrouded in all this mystique leave a lot more vagueness and open-endedness to where we might not know exactly how long some of this is going to have to last.
Right. And with Gavin Brindley specifically, with the back-to-back this weekend, maybe he misses both games and then gets reevaluated after that, but we'll see about that with Brindley. Maybe it's not as serious as originally thought, and I look at this Avs team and I go, okay, we're talking about depth. Who's on the third line for the Avs? The captain.
Yeah.
Gabe Landeskog.
Yeah.
So do the Nuggets, I mean, is there anyone on I know Timmy Hardaway's been awesome, and Payton Watson is a bench player. I don't need Zach By lecturing me about Payton Watson today, but Watson is a bench player if everyone's healthy, and he's a great bench player, but it's not Gabe Landeskog.
I heard Anilo Piro say something with Will Peterson on DenverSports Tonight last night that made me kind of whip my head around in my car a little bit.
Yeah.
He said, and this is coming off of a career best game for Payton Watson. He dropped 30-plus points. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I think I think the Nuggets may come to regret paying Christian Brown over Peyton Watson.
Wow. And for AP to say that, because he's a hoops head.
Now, he said he disclaimed it. He said, listen, I'm happy that the Nuggets signed Christian Brown. Christian Brown deserved the extension that he got. And especially when you consider that Christian Brown, first of all he did is win up to coming to the Nuggets. He won championships in high school consecutively. Then they won the Natty at Kansas. And then as a pro, he is a rookie coming off the bench on a title contending team playing legitimate minutes in the NBA Finals. I mean, he was locking down Jimmy Butler in situations one-on-one in the biggest stage in the National Basketball Association. So for him to kind of ascend and then be the KCP replacement and work into the starting rotation that way, I think is super admirable. And I agree with Nilo. I think he deserves that. But Nilo's point was, when you look at Peyton Watson's length, his range, his athleticism, the defensive prowess that he can provide, he thinks that the career best game that we just saw, factoring in a lot of extrapolation, like you're going to start to see more of that, could put the Nuggets in a situation where they go, oh my gosh, did we pay the wrong guy?
Nah, listen, I love AP, but I would wholeheartedly reject that sort of idea and that sort of notion. Perhaps we can get into it further because, nobody brought this up after the 5-point game against the Bulls that they lost, right? Oh my God, they're going to regret paying Chris. Listen, baby. Peyton Watson is a fine player. Don't at me, bro, and I don't need to be lectured. Peyton Watson is a fine player, but for the love of God, we have to do this after a 32-point game, not after a 5-point game. Like, I think we need to 25,000-foot view this thing. Who has Peyton Watson normally been? Then who can he be eventually? Can he be a 32-point game a night? Of course not. Can he be 14 points a night? Maybe 12 points a couple of games ago against Minnesota. Like, where's the level at with Watson? But that's a depth piece that is interesting that's starting now. But I believe the Avs have better depth than the Nuggets do.
I think that that's the way it's trending right now, and we're going to see over the second quarter of the season here in the NHL and the NBA whether or not that trend continues. You mentioned kind of taking a step back and looking at the 1,000-foot view of things, Cecil. And if I try to do that exact exercise with the current AFC playoff picture, I'm kind of starting to get a little antsy about what we might be seeing, and it's evidenced by some stuff we saw last night in Thursday Night Football. I'll explain coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friends at Cake Mortgage. Cake Mortgage Corp, equal housing lender, NMLS 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage? Are you seeing your hard-earned money fly out the window? Well, at CakeHome.com, you can stop it today. CakeHome.com is offering the lowest mortgage rates in years. CakeHome.com's rate reduction home loan program has slashed your high house payments by hundreds of dollars a month for their customers. Lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.995% APR, and you can even close within 2 weeks, and often with no appraisal needed. And did I say you can skip your next 2 house payments entirely? Well, you can. Listen, these low rates might not last, so call CakeHome.com now for a free, no-obligation quote. I'm telling you, CakeHome.com is the best. Imagine lower payments and more money in your pocket. It's a fresh start. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's right. 1-800-EAT-CAKE now.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Red Rock Roofing. Red Rock Roofing stands for greatness, which is why their free inspection videos offer you valuable knowledge and peace of mind about your Red Rock roof. Red Rock roofers use only the finest roofing materials on the market, installing roofs that'll stand up to all Colorado weather, and they'll even upgrade you to impact-resistant shingles at no cost. Call 720-735-ROOF. Visit redrockroofing.com. Red Rock Roofing.
Standing for greatness. There's no championship league for small business owners, but if there was, you'd be at the top of the standings. Because going pro with Lenovo Pro means you've got the winning formation, one-on-one advice, IT solutions, and customized hardware powered by Intel Core Ultra processors help you stay ahead of the competition. Business goes pro with Lenovo Pro. Sign up for free at lenovo.com/pro.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Hey folks, Stoke here for my friends over at Embers Golf, your go-to spot for holiday shopping. This Black Friday, they're bringing the heat. 15% off all gift card purchases and a massive 40% off every in-stock Nike golf shoes. That's right, gear up and save big. Embers Golf is family-owned and customer-focused, so you know you're getting the best service and the best deals. Don't wait. Shop now at embersgolf.com. Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rock's Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
It is time to call out the latest name in our fan flyaway giveaway presented by 303 Law 4040, trying to send you, a member of the tribe, and a guest to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. I think you know what I'm talking about there on 16, Cecil Lammy. Tony Martinez. You have 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our drawing for the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Phoenix, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 in the form of a Visa gift card. Call us back, Tony Martinez, 303-713-1043. Cecil, what the hell happened last night in Thursday Night Football? What is going on with the Buffalo Bills?
Right.
We talk about Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, acknowledging that Buffalo as a team has its flaws. I think we've had a lot of questions from a coaching standpoint with Sean McDermott. Their defense is like tissue paper at times, and yet Josh Allen is like that early years Elway, just dragging teams into the postseason. And we eventually were like, it's going to break through. If he doesn't have to run into Mahomes, which this would be the year, it's like if he doesn't have to run into Mahomes in the AFC Championship or the divisional round, this is going to be the year that Josh Allen and the Bills finally break through. But Cecil, they look kind of broken lately, do they not?
No, the Tampa Bay game, they made that comeback and that charge, right? Because they basically handed it off to James Cook. But I think that Houston game, it just shows what the Broncos were able to do against the Texans. And yes, Davis Mills, but Davis Mills is playing so good, people are now questioning whether C.J. Stroud gets his job back. I don't know if you saw afterwards.
That is psychotic,
Did you see the picture of C.J. Stroud in the locker room?
No.
So they're doing like Club Dub, Houston's version, which isn't as good as Denver's, but they're doing that, and they're handing out game balls and all that. D'Amico Ryans is. and CJ's off in the corner just like, everyone else is excited. Davis Mills is getting a game ball. Like there
Davis
are
Mills
those...
can see over the whole party because his neck is 4 feet long. And
Exactly.
he's just like giraffing around.
Yes. So there are those that are thinking that social networking wise, but either way, it's a great defense that Buffalo ran into, and you'll be shocked to know they're not well head coached. Sean McDermott is, I don't think, a good person. I have a very personal opinion about that. He said about 9/11. Like, come on.
Listen.
You're the coach of the Buffalo Bills in New York State, and you're saying we need to be organized like those guys that took down the Twin Towers? You're a moron.
I can't even.
He said it, not me.
I know.
And I don't like
even,
bringing it up because it makes me mad, but if you're going to say that, it means you're a moron, dude. Moron. Sean McDermott. Moron.
It is obviously, it's one of those things where you almost have to laugh because you can't understand how you get to that point. I think everyone here has probably put their foot in their mouth at one point or another.
Not like that, though.
But
Who
that's
does that?
Crazy,
Who does that?
And, you just know he was, practicing it in the mirror. He was, delivering. He might have had note cards.
You never know. It's Sean McDermott. That's why is Buffalo in this position? Because of Sean McDermott. And that's the problem with that team because they've been waiting for their turn. I say in football and life, there is no turn. It's your turn now. It's your turn now. It's not anybody's turn. You got to go take it. And the Bills are just sitting around like, well, when Kansas City's done, it'll be our turn, right? No, it's not your turn. You got to go take it because now the Colts are taking it. The Patriots are taking it. The Broncos are taking it. They've got all the shine and all the pub in the AFC. It's no longer the Bills. The Bills are seen as that cute, never had, always the bridesmaid, never the bride type thing.
The Bills lose to the Texans 23-19. Josh Allen, after the superhuman performance, 6 touchdowns, 3 passing, 3 rushing, no TDs, 2 interceptions, and took 8 sacks in that game. And to your point about the Texans defense, Cecil, it took the Broncos everything they had as a team to beat the Texans without C.J. Stroud, who gets knocked out in the first quarter. And I'm starting to look around a little bit at this AFC playoff picture and the wild card race with the teams that are currently in it versus the teams that are in the hunt. And it kind of feels like, Cecil, we could see the game board flip upside down a little bit when you look at the direction of where some of these AFC teams are trending. The Texans are starting to seemingly figure it out. Davis Mills is playing good enough in C.J. Stroud's absence to allow them to win games.
Woody Marks, there's a rookie running back that's coming through, huh?
Yep. Yeah, it would be nice. The Ravens are figuring it out, especially defensively with a healthy Lamar Jackson, and that's going to be something they have to continue to monitor. The Bengals are in the process of getting Joe Burrow back and are just a game behind the Steelers in the AFC North. And then you got Kansas City, who, yes, they lost to the Broncos, and they've got a big game against the Colts coming up this weekend that I think has many in Broncos country tied or conflicted with some of their allegiances between the Colts and the Chiefs because how it could benefit the Broncos. But Cecil, I really think we could see a massive shuffling in the AFC wildcard race with some of the teams that are just outside and in the hunt compared to who's in there now.
Yeah, compared to who's in there now, and that's why you're never satisfied. You're never done. You're never coasting. You should never take your foot off the gas. If you're the Broncos, for the love of God, don't let this bye week throw off the momentum that you've built, especially facing a down Washington team, and then the Raiders after that. Start building another kind of win streak, if you will, and continue on your current win streak. I wouldn't mind them dropping one, though, before the playoffs start. There's always a nice little reset.
Yeah, I feel like
need.
a good week 14 or you know what I mean,
sure,
15, not the last week of the season. So it's the last taste in your mouth.
The Packers got them, or the Jaguars got them, or something like that.
Yeah.
Not because I want them to lose, but because
Packers better than the Jags because of the AFC thing, right? When you got tiebreakers.
Well, and those type of win streaks, they're very difficult to maintain. And then, of course, that's all people talk about. And going back to the J.K. Dobbins injury, I still blame most of the Denver media. Even Mason and I talked about that on OBT, the cute story of hey, let's extend J.K. Remember when that happened?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago? And I was like, whoa, please shut up. Please shut up. Please don't talk about an extension with J.K. Dobbins when he hasn't made it through a full year. And then here we go. It gets hurt again.
Okay, but Cecil, on the J.K. Dobbins thing, as a side tangent there, given what you saw from J.K. Dobbins when healthy and the fact that extending him probably wouldn't cost you top running back dollar or anything in that nature, especially when you're talking about maybe just a couple of years, 2-3 year kind of situation, which I think would be fair market value for J.K. Dobbins. Did Dobbins, with the effectiveness of the run game with him versus without him and what you saw through 10 weeks, not give a little credence to the idea hey, this guy's maybe worth keeping around, and it just means maybe we got to have a little bit stronger of a second fiddle?
I'm not having that conversation in November. I'm just not. I mean, no one should have been surprised by the way J.K. Dobbins produced when he's healthy. He's one of the best running backs in the league when he's healthy.
Yeah.
He's never healthy. You should have been ready, and instead you're sitting out trotting out Tyler Bidet. You know, hey, let's see what Jaleel McLaughlin's got this week. Like, we appreciate Jaleel, and we certainly are hoping that R.J. Harvey can kind of, quote-unquote, get it. As a runner, get it. As a receiver, he's doing that. But you've got a problem now, and a problem that you created. Maybe solved by your guy, Damen Pierce. When Damen Pierce came out of college, you couldn't stop talking about him.
He's a good dude.
You rarely can stop talking anyway, and I say that lovingly.
Do you?
But when Damen Pierce came out of college, I think it was the fantasy thing, because he was like everybody's fantasy, like, you got to get this guy.
I was heavily invested in him in fantasy.
You heavily invested in him. Okay.
I'm a big rookie running back guy in fantasy.
Yes, you should be.
Yeah.
Now that he's been released, maybe the Broncos have an option there.
That is definitely something I want to get into in just a little bit. But in the meantime, it's time to go inside the internet. What crazy story, video, storyline caught your eye? We'll get into all of it, and we'll check it out coming up next.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is on a mission to feed families this holiday season, and we need your help. As part of our Fill the Truck campaign, we'll be collecting canned goods and non-perishable food items to benefit the Food Bank of the Rockies November 19th, 20th, and 21st. So stop by the Walmart Supercenter in Highlands Ranch near C470 in Quebec from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and help us fill the truck for those in need. Head to denversports.com/truck for more info. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair. .com.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Broncos country, football season is in full swing. Whether you're bundling up at Empower Field or heading to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, make sure you get there on time and in style. Let my friends at Hermes Worldwide tackle the traffic and parking hassles for you, and all you need to do is sit back, relax, stay warm, and enjoy the ride while they get you to and from the game safely, so you can focus on the important stuff, like watching your favorite team stack those wins or making as many memories as possible with your loved one and friends. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. Are you a first-time home buyer? Are you trying to lower your existing mortgage payment? Do you need cash from your equity? For most people, getting a mortgage means endless paperwork and weeks of anxiety. But with Cake Mortgage, our process is simple, fast, and hassle-free. Whether you're purchasing, refinancing, or looking to tap your home's equity, our team guides you step by step so you always know what's next. Our thousands of 5-star customer reviews will tell you no one can do what Cake can. So stop stressing and start saving fast with Cake. Your fresh-baked Cake home mortgage is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com. To learn more now.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
CU fans, keep your fix going with Denver Sports CU Football Post-Game Recap. Available every home game exclusively on Facebook, YouTube, and X. Presented by Corwin Toyota Boulder. Family driven for over 100 years.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
Every day at 10:45 here on Dover and Cecil, we go inside the internet. Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover alongside Cecil Lammy. And Cecil, I've got the article pulled up here at DenverSports.com about a prominent NFL insider talking about a member of the Broncos coaching staff who could be not so long for Denver.
Right.
But it's not the one everyone's probably thinking
VJ.
of. Right. NFL insider Tom Pelissero says, quote, "Those who know Davis Webb believe it's a matter of when, not if, he becomes an NFL head coach. Even with Denver's offense up and down, the Broncos are 9-2, and Webb's first look could come this January." Cecil, I think there's kind of actually, and Tom doesn't really get into it there, kind of a two-prong approach that could result in Davis Webb leaving the Broncos. One, if he gets an opportunity, the way it's being reported credibly, that there are looks at least being glanced in Webb's direction, or if Vance Joseph, who we know and he's been pretty transparent, I think, about wanting to get another shot as an NFL head coach because of how things went down here in Denver a number of years ago, that Davis Webb follows Vance Joseph as the offensive coordinator on his staff with a defensive-minded head coach. Where is your head at with the potential that we may see a quote-unquote mass exodus of Broncos coaches after this season?
Yeah, that's why you don't be like Buffalo and sit around and wait for everything to happen. You go get it because these guys will leave. And Vance Joseph will take off to perhaps the New York Giants to take over with Jackson Dart as his quarterback. That's where I think VJ could go with the Mara family getting that endorsement from Sean Payton.
He was a former player.
Yep. Davis Webb could be a guy that does what Andy Reid did. Andy Reid, one of the very few coaches to skip being a coordinator. Even Mike Tomlin, because I've always brought up Mike Tomlin. Tomlin was a coordinator for 1 year. One year as a defense coordinator, and then became head coach of the Steelers and now has a job forever. But I think with Andy Reid, he just skipped being a coordinator. Davis Webb could be that guy. Now, he's got a lot of things working in his favor. The kind of slump that Bo Nix is in this year, that's something that would be a conversation for people of like, look at what he did with Bo Nix. Oh, wait a second. Bo is kind of slumping this year. If Bo surges over these last 6 games, if the Broncos go to the Super Bowl and they win, I mean, obviously everyone's going to be talking about what not only the defense and Vance Joseph's defense, but the work that Davis Webb has done with Bo Nix.
And I think that would be on par talking about Bo Nix with what we saw from him in his rookie season. It was weeks 11 through 18 of the 2024 season where Bo Nix really thrust himself into the Rookie of the Year conversation with some crowded competition with Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers, etc. But weeks 11 through 18 of 2024, Bo Nix was one of the best statistical quarterbacks in the NFL, not of the rookie class. So I think that's certainly on the table for Bo, and I think that it seems to be, based on the way it's trending, you mentioned some of the connections with New York, who has a coaching vacancy. Mark Schlereth has gone on the air a couple of times this week and talked about how he's heard as he travels the NFL calling games. He had the Titans game not that long ago, that Tennessee has been a name where Vance Joseph has popped up, and certainly, it's on their radar with that kind of thing. They've got a rookie quarterback that was just drafted number 1 overall, somebody that would profile perfectly for a guy like Davis Webb if he were to follow VJ for that next opportunity. And that would be kind of a continuing trend for the Broncos. Their front office and coaching staff has kind of been rated.
Their cupboards have already been rated,
you got
yes.
John Spytek, the GM of the Raiders, Darren Muji,
GM of the Jets.
GM of the Jets, as George Payton's former understudy. Johnny Morton and Davis Shaw are with the Detroit Lions.
Morton got demoted as play caller, though. So I'm not surprised. The word that came out of Detroit is that Johnny Morton was not connecting with the players. Oh, really? Shocking. The guy that yelled all the time isn't connecting. Because Marvin, remember him and Marvin 2 years ago? Marvin actually yelled back at him. That's why I love Marvin Mims. Because Johnny Moe would I'm not going to say what he would dog cuss. I'm trying not to cuss. He would dog cuss
We already hit the button
everybody.
once today.
Yes. He would dog cuss everybody. Mims yelled back at him. And then in Detroit, the players, I'm not saying the players hated him, but so much so Dan Campbell had to take away his play calling duties.
Funny enough, a guy that also seems to yell a lot. I think it's just how you yell, maybe. I don't think Dan Campbell's ever been the quietest person in a room he's ever been in.
All right.
But anyways, yeah, you have all that Chris Banjo with the Jets. So I think this is kind of another sign that the Broncos, you want to talk about the perception of the Broncos and how it's changed over the last 3-4 years, really kind of ascending with Sean Payton's arrival and all the stars lining up from ownership down to quarterback. The Broncos are not a rebuilding team anymore. The perception of them around the league has completely flipped. And evidence of that is the fact that people want former Broncos executives. And I think that's a good sign for the Denver Broncos. But to your point, I think it cashes in on the urgency of what they need to do.
There's 3 or 4 future head coaches on this staff already. It is clearly Vance Joseph. It is clearly Davis Webb. And I believe that Jim Leonard, once he runs the Broncos defense, because he's likely to take over for Vance Joseph, in my opinion, Jim Leonard then will put himself in position to be a head coach. And I honestly think Zach Strief, coaching the offensive line. I think Strief could be a head coach following kind of a Mike Munchak sort of path where he's just so good and connects so well with his players and is so trusted and well-respected as Zach Strief is. Zach Strief makes football fun. Right? Yeah. And I think that's absolutely outstanding for him and his coaching career. And he was great as a broadcaster, too. He's retired from the Saints and then started calling Saints games. And it was awesome. So I think the Broncos coaching staff is going to get rated while their scouting staff has already been rated and will continue to be so.
You got another storyline. It's not really a storyline. It's more of a moment that comes out there.
Okay.
Have you seen Cam Scataboo since he has been,
Yeah, we talked about him drinking out of a cleat yesterday. But
for 1,000 subscribers, it's like, dude, what happens when you get 10,000? Like, how are you you're drinking out of a dirty shoe for 1,000.
For 1,000.
But you're an NFL player. Like, you got to realize you got to keep stepping up the bar.
How could he not immediately have 20,000 followers on Twitch?
Like just for existing.
Exactly.
And being viral and all
being
the Jackson
crazy
Dart, having
yeah.
the CTE already, all that stuff. Well, Cam Scataboo was on another live stream, and he was asked by, I think the guy's name's Neon, the Twitch streamer or whatever it is, talking about which team he sees as the biggest threat to win the Super Bowl in 2025. Here's what he said.
If you had to go all in right now, your life savings on one person, who would it be?
On one team?
Yeah.
Bro, the Broncos are good.
Broncos?
Yeah, they just find a way to win games, bro. It's hard to...
The Texans almost beat them,
I hate saying it. I want to say the Giants are going to win it, but the Broncos are really good, bro. They beat us.
Yeah.
Listen, I think anytime a team hangs 33 points on you in the fourth quarter, you're probably inclined to, at the next opportunity, give them some flowers.
Give them their due.
He does the right thing and say, hey, I'd love to say the Giants could win it and we're in it and all that stuff.
Right.
And he clearly is embracing, the New York market team, et cetera, and the fan base. But, Cecil, I think that, again, when we're talking about hallmarks and signs for the Denver Broncos, we've never seen Denver as a team, let alone the individual players, get the kudos, credit, and tip of the cap that we see from teams who play Denver now. Travis Kelce on his podcast with his brother, which I'm sure you're just an avid subscriber and listener to. Every time the Broncos come up, Travis Kelce's like, man, that guy Bo Nix is a dog, and that defense is for real. Cam Scataboo plays the Giants for one time, or plays the Broncos one time in his NFL career so far, and he's like, yeah, that's a team that can go in the Super Bowl. I just think it's another chip added to the center of the pile if we're pushing all in on the Broncos that says, hey, this team is for real.
Yeah, and ball knows ball, and even if Cam Scataboo doesn't know what day it is, he knows the Broncos beat that ass, and they're good. When Taylor Swift was on New Heights, when that first was announced, I didn't know that was the name of...
Like a billion live streams.
I didn't know that was the name of the show, so I was like, oh, that's on the Oprah Network. It's one of them View. It's The View, right? It's a knockoff View show. And then it was Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce. I was like, oh.
If you were tuning in expecting a knockoff View, you were sorely disappointed with what you got from the New Heights
I don't know. I think Whoopi Goldberg is less annoying than Travis Kelce, and she's annoying as hell. So.
Shots fired.
The View's terrible. It's god-awful. And
I didn't even
Travis
know it was still
Kelce's show and Jason Kelce, they're awful too. So there you go.
Fair enough. Well, listen, I think that it's...
But this Neo? Was it Neo? Was Cam Scataboo in The Matrix?
That would be awesome. Can you imagine instead of like the woman in the red dress, it was Cam Scataboo that you had to pick out of the...
He's like headbutting you.
Exactly.
I told you to watch out for me.
You're like that's how you describe or you find the irregularity in the Matrix. You just see Cam Scataboo bashing his head into a brick wall over and over and over again. You're like, that's not normal.
I think Cam Scataboo would be what was it? Cypher, who was and he wanted eating a steak.
Yeah.
He's like, I want back in.
Yes.
I want to. I don't care. I don't care. This isn't real.
Yeah.
I'm sure Cam Scataboo would be that guy because of the steak and booze, right? He wants to taste his booze out of a cleat. Actually, it was an energy drink.
Yep.
But you'd be eating steak, drinking booze, smoking heaters, right?
I have to say there is a small part of me that has to feel like it's got to be such a blissful existence to be Cam Scataboo. I mean, he's like the puppy dog that like you're entertained by a stick. You know, you like shine him this, you put this new thing in front of him. He's like, this is the best thing ever. My life is great. Oh my gosh. And, and then he goes and does 500 push-ups and puts his head through a plate glass window.
Yeah.
I just think there is something kind of romantic and exciting about the simple and dull and childlike existence of Cam Scataboo as a grown adult.
There's only one problem. He couldn't be in The Matrix because he couldn't do the motorcycle scene because he's too short. His little legs are too stubby to get on a Ducati 996.
All right, coming up next, there is a name out there on the open market that I think could help the Denver Broncos in a pretty big way. We'll get into that coming up next.
Would anything short of a title feel like a disappointment for the Nuggets and Avalanche this season?
Yes, it's championship bust for both of them. I mean, look at the Nuggets and the moves they made. They've improved. And to just say, like, win a couple playoff games. No, I don't think so. Not with these two groups and not what we've seen them do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh, man, I do a terrible turkey impersonation. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs from Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. Those of you that listen to the Dan Jacobs Show know that I just love the holidays. But I also know these holidays in particular can be really tough on a lot of people, whether it's the government shutdown, inflation, the economy,
whatever it is, or some people just have a hard time during the holidays as it is every single year. It's just a hard time of year for them. As always, we want to be here for you. If we can help out with a little bit of that with free food and groceries, we would love to have you any first or third Thursday of the month. Come on out to Eastern Hills Church at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. We're even doing smoked ham and turkey this month in honor of Thanksgiving. So if you need it, anybody, no questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. 4 to 6 p.m., Eastern Hills Community Church, every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This one's for the flavor fanatics. Sour apple 5-hour energy shots don't mess around. They bring the bite. Tart, tangy, and packed with tasty caffeine, this little 2-ounce bottle punches above its weight. With 0 sugar and as much caffeine as your favorite 12-ounce coffee, it's the kind of pick-me-up that keep your taste buds happy without the crash. And it doesn't stop at sour apple. There are 17 bold flavors waiting for you to discover. Pick one up in store or stock up online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon today.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rock's Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
A hot start. Mostly like the Avs have done this year, although last night was a little bit different with the Rangers getting one. But yeah, we're off to a hot start here on a Friday. Hope everyone's having a great day. And no snow, so Stoke was here.
Yes. Listen,
I was worried.
We are entering the time of year where Stokely Watch is a very real thing.
Yes.
We never know, because God knows getting out of the mean streets of the Rock is just an arduous, difficult task for one Brandon Stokely to overcome as soon as there's any sort of cold weather involved.
A skiff of snow.
A skiff. I like that. What unit of measurement is a skiff? Is that like, you know what I mean? How much snow does that?
That means a light wind can move it.
Yes,
and
like
blow
a
it
dusting.
Away. Yes,
you know what I mean?
A dusting,
like,
a skiff.
I like it. Well, shout out to all of you in the tribe. Love you guys rocking with us on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. If you're watching us on YouTube, shout out. What's going on? Cecil, I think it's fair to say that the Denver Broncos backfield, sans J.K. Dobbins, was good enough to beat Kansas City, but it's got to be better if they are going to accomplish the goals that they have put themselves in a position to have in front of them and get to where Sean Payton prophesied them before the start of the season as the 7th team that he's ever coached that he felt could legitimately win a Super Bowl. They're going to have to run the ball better. And yes, it was R.J. Harvey's first opportunity as the true starter, and you got practice reps and things that go into that. And then, Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin as supplementary pieces. But 60 yards on the ground, averaging less than 3 yards per carry for the most part as a room. It's just not going to cut it. Is that right?
That's correct. He needs to be much better. And it's either that or Sean Payton needs to have a number in mind where there needs to be a 50-yard or 30-yard or just an explosive carry.
Sure.
Because I've explained R.J. Harvey is the type of guy of like 1 yard, negative 3 yards, 50 yards,
Yep.
1 yard, 1 yard, 1 yard. With J.K. Dobbins, we were so spoiled because it'd be 1st and 10, and then it'd be 2nd and 3.
Yes.
Because he would just gash guys for 5 yards, 6, 7, and you're really not going to get that with R.J.? Are you okay with that?
No, I'm not. But I feel
Even if
like
there's a 50-yarder somewhere.
Yes,
I just don't know where it's at.
I'm not okay with it on the premise that you just described, because I think it's the antithesis. It provides the Broncos the opposite of what they had with J.K. Dobbins, as you mentioned, when it can go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2.
Like that.
That allows Sean Payton to use every page of his cheesecake menu playbook and all the different variations and formations that we know that he loves. But when you're at 2nd and 9, 2nd and 8, 3rd and 7, suddenly that really kind of hones in and limits what you're able to do. And that makes the job easier for the defense, which has already been a problem early in games for the Broncos to kind of get the better hand of. Obviously, things change in the 4th quarter. I digress. I think I'm going to have to be, and we as a media and as a fan base might have to be okay with some semblance of what we saw against the Chiefs being closer to the norm. And that, I agree with you in the sense that like R.J. Harvey has that big play pop potential ability, but that doesn't necessarily bode well for somebody that's going to be relied upon as a every down, 3 down type of running back, the way J.K. Dobbins was. So then you have to start talking about, okay, how do we supplement with other pieces like they tried to do with Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet, who all have individual skill sets that allow R.J. Harvey to still be comfortably in the role that he's in, which is pretty damn good back catching the ball in the backfield.
It is, but we've got to do something different here. Because you're sitting in for Josh Dover. You're doing a great work. You're my boy. But sometimes you go from being my boy to being a suit. And you have these corporate buzzwords now because you just talked about Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet and made them sound good.
No, they're not. They're not.
It's like you're doing an employee review.
You want to do the peek behind the curtain?
Yes.
I had Mike Evans on my show earlier this week, and he was like, I really want to see more Jaleel McLaughlin. I think that guy's been motivated.
Okay.
He's barely been able to get a jersey
Then why
in this
do you
season.
give me the boss mode of like, I'm going to say something nice about someone?
I can't lead the witness. I got to let you give your piece. I'm just setting it up for you.
I want you to just tell us the truth. Is Jaleel McLaughlin going to be getting it done or no?
No, I don't think so. No,
Okay.
I don't think so. I think that he has some speed, outside, game-breaking type of potential, but I think that he has the next missed tackle that he has will be one of his, only on the season, because I just feel like he goes down on early contact. That size gets away from him. I think Tyler Bidet, I know Sean loves the pass blocking, right? I know that that's great, and he is probably the best at that now that J.K. Dobbins is out for sure on the team, in my opinion, at least in that running back room.
Yeah, his drop rate's worse than the league.
Correct. And he joins like Evan Ingram, who's like 39th out of eligible tight ends in drops. Cortland Sutton having an unusual drop type season for his typical production. But when we're talking about the running back room, Cease, they need more. I am not confident that R.J. Harvey is ready in his rookie season, more than halfway through it now, to seize that moment. I'm not saying he can't.
Okay.
I'm just saying I'm not confident in his ability to do that, nor am I super confident in the abilities of Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin to, as a sum greater than the individual parts, keep the train moving, similar to how it was with J.K. Dobbins. I think they need somebody else.
Yeah.
And that somebody else could be Damen Pierce, who was waived by the Texans this week. What is your initial thought on Damen Pierce's NFL body of work going into the 2025
Well, let's
season?
examine the waiver wire, because aren't they 32?
They're bottom three for sure.
Did Brandon Cooks make it through, by the way?
That's a good question.
I don't
I'll have to
think
look that up.
anybody claimed him, Kev, if you could double check on
If
that.
nobody claimed him, he's going to be a Bronco by the time this show is over. 100%. And little Jordan Humphrey is going to be sitting there in his living room.
Well,
like,
he can be on the practice squad.
Wait.
He can be on the practice squad, right? Sean loves him some practice squad. Maybe A.T. Perry's in danger, right?
Oh, the A.T. Perry show.
Drew's favorite guy. Chef Gringo chimes in on the YouTube chat, says, my daily call for Deuce Vaughn. All right. Deuce had minor opportunities with the Cowboys, and he didn't look good. I do not believe he's Darren Sproles, as I kind of thought he might be, of course, coming out of Kansas State, like Darren Sproles. But I don't think that's the answer either. Damen Pierce is a former almost 1,000-yard rusher, 939, I think, as a rookie. And he's the type of player that can be counted on as a runner, as a receiver out of the backfield. Is he more on the, kind of barely average for an NFL running back? Sure. But don't they kind of need that, where it's just I'm not against the Tommy Boy insurance on the box. And Damen Pierce is a good back, but he's veteran insurance. But I'm okay with that. I think they kind of need that for this team. Let RJ have the opportunity, and we have to get in later in the show. Is Sean Payton getting in RJ Harvey's head? Because I think the answer might be yes. We'll talk about that later. But Damen Pierce, if he were to make it to them, you bet your sweet ass they got to take a look at him.
Yeah, you have to. Because like I said, there's too much at stake now. You are a top team in the AFC. You have legitimate Super Bowl and AFC contention aspirations, and it's not really selling yourself a pen. There is no need for the guarantee on the box a la Tommy Boy, because you've put a body of work that shows you're capable of doing it. And to allow the injury to J.K. Dobbins, which is how J.K. Dobbins' season has ended for basically every year of his NFL career up to this point, to allow something like that was preventable, that was something you could have planned around, to derail the potential that's in front of him would be a massive, massive disappointment. So if a 2022 fourth-round pick who may only have 10 carries for 26 yards and a touchdown this season, but has shown the potential to be a prolific runner in his NFL career, can help you out with that, it's malpractice not to at least take a look. All right,
1,000%.
Coming up next, the Colorado Buffaloes may not be bowl eligible this season, but boy, do they need a win badly. I'll explain why coming up next.
As Sean Payton successfully rebuilt the Denver Broncos.
This dude is undeniable. Resetting the culture, redefining the standard, picking the ingredients to cook the meals with. Like, that Sean Payton, that's the head coach.
That's the head coach, and Sean Payton's a damn good head coach.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
It may be the stuffing or the mashed potatoes, but this year, you'll have a new Thanksgiving favorite. Chris Mon here, president of Alpine Bank Boulder, member FDIC. This favorite is out of the kitchen and into the heart of downtown Boulder. Here's race director Lee Troop with the details.
It's the Alpine Bank Thanksgiving Day 5K. There's a kids' fun run too, because everyone loves to feel good. Whatever your age or pace, we hope you'll be there Thursday, November 27. The event's new course connects the West End and the East Ends of Pearl Street and finishes on the Pearl Street Mall in front of the courthouse.
Here's more to feel good about. The Thanksgiving 5K raises money for Harvest of Hope Pantry. Between now and race day, food donations can be made at Alpine Bank, Runner's Roost, Ozo Coffee, and Wild Provisions. Go to teamboco.com for details.
What's always a favorite?
Diamonds and diamond jewelry.
From our legendary Williams Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range of GIA-graded natural diamonds.
To diamond engagement rings, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, necklaces and earrings. Our selection is stunning.
And Williams Martini diamond studs are a must for every woman, and we stock every size and price range.
So, if you want to be the star player of the game,
if you want to make the ultimate power play,
give her the only ice that lasts forever. Diamonds from Williams Jewelers.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
If you want to go to Phoenix this February for the biggest party in golf, you're in luck because we have the Fan Flyaway presented by our buddy Dan Jacobs in 303 Law 4040, and it is time to call out the next name. We're giving out one an hour. You got to listen for it each hour of the show. Today is the final day, so we're getting into some of the final entries here. Natalie Ortega, you have 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our drawing for the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Phoenix, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. Natalie Ortega, call us back at 303-713-1043, and let's try to get a member of the tribe out there to Phoenix in February.
Yes. Would love it. Would love it. So, Natalie Ortega, You're up.
You're up. You got 10 minutes. Clock's starting now. Chicken Fingers is eagerly awaiting your phone call behind the glass. Cecil, the Colorado Buffaloes are long past the thought of bowl eligibility this season, right?
Yeah, my 8-win prediction for them has gone bye-bye.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
You're doing good on your Broncos prediction, though. They're certainly helping you out more than the Buffs.
Yeah, I'd like the Buffs to turn it around, though, too.
It is very much the opposite of what we all kind of hoped and many of us expected the season to go. And I know they lost Shador, they lost Travis, they had plenty of NFL-caliber wide receivers, leave in the offseason, but they also reloaded that room pretty well. And I think when you're in the current landscape of college football with this Wild West transfer portal and all of the movement and mobility that players have more now than ever in the history of the sport, it's always win now. It's always what are we doing to compete and contend for a conference and an expanded college football playoff bid right now. So the concept and the process of building for the future, program building, which used to be such a hallmark of so many head coaches, a lot of that has certainly, if not gone away, changed in a pretty significant way. And that is why, even though the Buffs are not bowl eligible in that aspect of their season, the door has closed, they really need a win badly, I think, coming up this weekend, Cecil, because for the second time in a span of 3 days, the Colorado Buffaloes class of 2026 has had a decommitment. We got breaking news from Rivals. The class of 2026 safety DeMonte Timms has flipped his commitment from Colorado to Indiana. He was a verbal commit of Colorado back in July. And then obviously the way that the season has unfolded, and again, the mobility and the options that these players have with the financial incentives in front of them, they're not as keen to and eager to stick around and wait. There are other places for them to make an impact. And in the case of DeMonte Timms, it's no longer a Colorado Buffalo that he sees in his future.
Yeah, and he wants to go play for Indiana because they're playing good football and they're winning.
Mm-hmm.
And they're a national story, and they're college football playoff. They are a team that could be there deep into that college football playoff. So with Timms and another safety from Selner, Florida, or wait, no, that's where he's from, has been flipped to Indiana. I think it says a lot about Dion when he said, dogs will want to come here and cats will run. He said that was 2 weeks ago, and then now has lost 2 players.
Nowhere. We've talked about some dumb statements on the show, and that was nowhere near Sean McDermott level dumb. But
or Pat Shurmur level, we practice incompletion.
That's the best. That is
top
50, 60 years from now, when I'm barely able to remember maybe names of my friends and family and people dear to me. I think I'll remember Pat Shurmur talking about practicing incompletions. It's up there with the tree farm jingle, the address to the Shane Company, all that stuff.
Yeah.
2 decommitments in 3 days is not a good sign. And decommitments overall, in the past maybe haven't looked like the biggest deal. Flips and decommits happen a lot in college football, and I think it's only going to happen more with the current landscape of things.
Oh, yeah. That's why you root for the jersey, not for the name on the back, because the name on the back in college football is always changing.
But now, Cecil, Dion has 10 high schoolers committed to his 2026 class. He's got 2 4-stars and 8 3-stars. Their class as a whole of 2026, it ranks 96th nationally. That's below University of Texas El Paso, UTEP, and Tulsa when you're talking about incoming recruit. This is the portal king.
Right.
This is
now
the
that's
guy.
transfer portal king.
I know.
Recruiting
and
king.
I know. But it all kind of folds into one, and I think that this further emphasizes Dion's kind of decision and his mindset to de-emphasize high school recruiting and the impact that it's going to have.
It's 2 separate things, and we can argue about that because recruiting high schoolers is different than convincing someone that's not playing in Alabama to come here.
Yeah.
And I saw the argument, I can't remember who it was, that's on social networking that was like, well, hey, if you're not developing at Oregon or Alabama or whatever, there's probably a reason why. So, king of the transfer portal, we could get excited about that. Man, look at that. You got this former 5-star guy, all this sort of stuff. My guy, Jaheim Otis, on the defensive line, right? That's a former Alabama guy. Look at this guy. He's amazing. And I love Jaheim Otis, so I'll leave him out of this conversation. But if you just look at king of the transfer portal in general, there's a problem with it because you're getting everybody's scraps. You're getting everybody's leftovers, and then you're trying to make it a team in the ultimate team sport when you have a bunch of mercenaries.
Mercenaries is the exact word.
Literal mercenaries that are now coming here to try to get to the pros or whatever they're trying to do at Colorado.
You may not think it's a big deal to enlist a bunch of mercenaries because if you're Coach Prime, because you have gone on the record multiple times to say that, team identity and culture and core and all of that stuff that is such an integral part of what I view the college football experience to be. Doesn't seem to matter as much to Coach Prime. But I think it's going to start to rear its ugly head more and more if the transfer portal king is getting fewer and fewer people through the turnstiles, and you're not having that pipeline of high school recruiting to kind of back it up. And when you look at the college football, the blue bloods, the powerhouse program, Cecil, they aren't built through the portal. They are elevated through the portal. That's not their foundation, but it's like the window trim, it's the spinners on the car, the fuzzy dice, that kind of thing. But it's not, the engine is not the transfer portal.
It's the spoiler. Yes. Unfortunately, the Buffaloes have Ford Pinto. I'll name a car that's out of existence.
Pinto.
Well, I mean, I was going to say Toyota Corolla, but I like Toyota Corollas.
They run for like 300,000 miles.
Exactly. But you have a spoiler on a car that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You have a guy that's king of the transfer portal, but doesn't have a team. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have a team. Where's the culture? Where's the foundation? Where's the young crop of talent? We're waiting on this recruiting class to really gel. They're not there because you think you can just go grab everyone from these other teams, which you can, but how does that build cohesion? And I think that's what's missing from Colorado. And listen, Kirk Cignetti's doing a fantastic job. There was an article on ESPN that was like, who's the next Cignetti? And I thought it was an interesting article about, like, teams are now looking for, like, the next Cignetti. Okay, Indiana playing great football, well coached, a coach that is a great coach. Deion's a great, whatever he is, entertainer. Not a great coach. He's not a great coach. And you and I argued about this earlier. Like, a coach goes into everything. It has to be X's and O's a little bit. At least a little bit. But it have to go into somebody's living room. Deion refuses to do that.
My argument that you're referencing was that the CEO figurehead type coach, of which Coach Prime is the literal poster child for, it can work, but you've got to have coordinators and assistants and a staff
Tell me where it
underneath
works.
you.
Tell me where it works.
Well,
who has a coach like Deion? Nobody.
And that's why it's
so
hard
unique.
to say. That's why it's hard to say, like, tell me where it works, because it's an anomaly. You're kind of talking about the exception.
So why are we
to
not
the norm.
looking towards the norm? Not because you can't be different. Hell, I try to be different.
Because Colorado was so far off of the path that we weren't even talking about.
They're 96 in recruiting class. How far on the path are they?
I'm talking about it in a sense of they were a one-win program rated the worst in college football.
It's like the guy that had the girl that broke his heart, and then he just he just sticks with a bunch of threes. Like, the last time I had a 7.
Batting average.
The last time I had a 7, she broke my heart. It's like, we got to stop talking about that. We got to stop talking about that. Before Deion, they were terrible. Before Deion, they were going to get rid of football because Colorado, the university, did not care about college football. Then they did, but Deion's not making them the money that they are paying him. The football program is hemorrhaging money. And you've got to have wins. Again, Cignetti and Indiana. Listen, God bless wherever you're from, right? But you go to Boulder, you go to Indiana. Where do you want to be? But
Boulder.
That's not what it's about. It's not about, hey, you can come here, look at the Flatirons, it's great. It's about, are you winning? Do you have a good program? Do you have a team? Do you have a culture? It seems like Colorado is bankrupt or corrupt when it comes to those things.
Yeah, I think they're certainly looking at a situation where they may actually be needing wins, not just to salvage, potential future recruits and decommitments and things like that, but playing defense against current players that might want to look at the transfer portal and say, hey, this may not be for me. Jordan Seaton is an amazing talent in college football. I don't think Jordan Seaton has to play for the Colorado Buffaloes to get to where he wants to go
Not at all.
in life. And I think that's a very real thing that a lot of people within that Buffaloes program, even if they decide to stay, it's got to be a conversation, right? And so for all of those reasons, from the high school recruiting drought that they're in, the transfer portal potential for that door to spin the opposite way that it has, I really, really think that the Colorado Buffaloes need a win coming up this weekend. All right, coming up next, it's time to check our X. What's on your timeline? What's on Cecil's timeline? What do you need to know ahead of your lunch break? We'll tell you coming up next.
Has Bo Nix already proven he has the clutch gene?
What I'm seeing here is real. When you tell this man, go make a damn play, he's going to make that damn play for you. That's all All I need to know is my quarterback is ready to roll when it matters the most.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Do you have maxed out credit cards? Are you struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it off in days with Cake's fast cash equity loans. Hi, it's Cecil. Get the cash you need without touching your low mortgage rate. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. One Cake client got $180,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen while cutting thousands in monthly expenses. That's huge. CakeHome.com. Their instant approval qualifies you with no hard credit pull at low rates. Call CakeHome.com now for a free instant appraisal to see how much cash you can get. CakeHome.com is an A+ rated by the BBB with over 900 5-star Google reviews. CakeHome.com service is the best. Call now to start the conversation. Real easy to remember. 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1734623. Licensed Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
If you have a tax problem, fear and sleepless nights are common. This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. We've been fixing tax problems for a long time. Many of our competitors not only have you meet with a salesperson, but that person gets a commission based on what they sell you. At Advanced Tax Solutions, our licensed professionals never get a commission for selling you anything. We've seen a lot of resolution companies come and go, but we're still here. Check us out at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Okay, Michael. Any other questions about your Select Health insurance?
How much time do you have?
I have exactly as much time as you need.
Wonderful, because I have exactly 112 more questions.
112.
112.
112 it is. Let's do this.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, but super sure. Coming soon.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. CU hockey skates with Arizona State. And on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Rolling along on a Friday. Happy Friday to all of you out there.
Why did they edit out "Got the police rushing at me"? Because that's what that song begins with, and he starts saying it, and then it like fades him out. Kev didn't do that. That's just the cut of the song.
Do we know Kev didn't do that? I mean, he has control to do those kinds of
Kev knows no Tupac lyrics except for maybe "Hit 'Em Up."
I don't know if I knew those lyrics that were in that song.
I could sing them all right now, but then we'd have to use the dump button. But either way, we got to talk some more Avs.
We do, Cecil. The Colorado Avalanche, with their run that they're on to start this first quarter of the season, they're kind of doing their best Nikola Jokic impression in some ways. Like they are doing things that haven't been done. You know, with Jokic, it's like we had another since Wilt Chamberlain game, right? Or something where he just defies
it's history.
NBA
it's
expectation.
History every time Jokic is out there.
Yeah, well, the Avalanche are right there. They had their 7th straight win, which is tied for the second longest streak in the NHL this season. It's tied for the longest home point streak to start the season. They're 8-0-2 at home, 14-1-5 overall. They're the 4th NHL team ever, Cecil, to have just one regulation loss through the first 20 games of a season. You got the Montreal Canadiens back in 1927.
Okay, it's been a minute.
1979 Philadelphia Flyers.
Okay.
2012 Chicago Blackhawks, and now your 2025 Colorado Avalanche. The 1979 Flyers, by the way, lost in the Cup final that year, that they started as hot as they did with one loss in regulation through 20 games. The 2012 Chicago Blackhawks, 17-0-3 in their first 20 games, won the Stanley Cup. So if we're looking
What about the 1929 Canadiens?
They lost in the second round. They're the disappointment. They are the disappointment. They lost to another Montreal team, I believe.
The Roaring 20s.
Yes.
Weren't so roaring back then for the Canadiens, but it's history the Avs are doing this year.
It's history nonetheless. You're talking about 4 times ever in the history of the National Hockey League. You want to take it a step further?
Yeah.
Their goal differential for the Avalanche?
Yes.
Plus 36 right now.
Yep.
It's more than double any other team. We're talking about the Colorado Avalanche the way we're talking about the Broncos defense with sack production this season. They're in front Secretariat style. They're lapping the field because their goal differential during their 7-game win streak, if you just isolate that by itself, would be number 1 in the NHL. Plus 20. So it's a situation where the Colorado Avalanche are putting themselves in a position where I'm starting to question if anything less than a Stanley Cup hoisting at the end of the season is a failure.
Yeah, 1,000%. First off, they've got to get past the second round because one time in this Nathan McKinnon era, they've done that. Now they won it all when they did that.
Yeah.
But they got to stop with these playoff disappointments, and it's why we had the conversation a week ago of like, which is more important, home court advantage for the Nuggets or home ice advantage for the Avs? And I thought it was the Avs 1,000%, no doubt, because of the format of the NHL playoffs, which is dumb, and it could cause you to get bounced as it did last year with, of course, the Avs there. But there's so much going on with this team that is historical with 2 of the best, to play currently, of course, in McKinnon and Makar, but we're talking all-time greats as well. You have almost 2 jokers. If we're talking Nikola Jokic, right? Oh, he's never had an all-star teammate. Right. It's not going to be Payton Watson, by the way. McKinnon and Makar, I'm never going to let it go. McKinnon and Makar are doing fantastic work. Makar, the wraparound, you know what I saw on Twitter when that goal happened? It was like, he's a defenseman, right?
Yes.
Like the way he's moving on that play and to have the wraparound goal like that, it was absolutely beautiful.
And a skilled defenseman, like an elite-level defenseman, not just a player who plays defense, but is really more focused on offense when he's out there. He's kind of just, that's his spot on the ice. No, Cale is an ultimate 200-foot player, and we have a situation, Cecil, where it's probably not going to happen, but it exists in the realm of conversation that the Avalanche could be in contention to sweep the 3 major awards, individual awards in hockey. You could have a Nathan McKinnon Hart Trophy season, a Cale Norris Trophy season, and a Scott Wedgwood Vezina Trophy season. He's top 5, maybe even top 3 at the moment in save percentage. He leads the NHL in wins. Now, there's some pretty awesome goaltenders that are having a hot start to their season as well. So I'm not saying it's like, oh, this is going to happen. We need to book it. Put your, go to your special apps and do your thing.
But here's the thing. If those 3 things happen, none of it matters if they don't win the Stanley Cup.
Correct.
None of it matters. This is all fantastic, and it's history, and it's fun, and it's amazing. And Nathan McKinnon going his second in franchise scoring list, trailing only Super Joe. This is awesome. By the way, he didn't know.
Of course,
McKinnon didn't know.
He's not wired that way.
He was interviewed and was like, "Hey, you just passed Stasny, and you're only behind Joe Sakic." And he's like, "Yeah, I didn't know that, but I think we're built great, and it's awesome." Like he doesn't take any of the credit. He just goes out there and dominates.
He's like T1000. He's just programmed to do a very specific task, and it is all or nothing.
Only one time has that T1000 caught John Connor. That was once. You got to do it again. John Connor, he's going to do it again. He's going to keep coming back in time. If you're the Avs, it's not get to the Stanley Cup final. It's win the damn thing, or else it is a disappointment. Now, we can have the conversation, would they blow it up if they don't make the Stanley Cup final, or they don't make the Western Conference final? You'd say, yeah, they're going to blow this thing up, and you could tell that's what's likely to happen. Coach Bednar, Chris McFarland, even with the great moves from McFarland.
Do you think that is fueling the sense of urgency or the hot start that we've seen, that mentality?
It's fueling that sense of urgency, and it's also fueling the fact that you've got Nate and Cale, 2 of the best to ever get it done, and you don't want to let those guys down. Now, it will come down to Marty Netchus in the postseason. It always will. And can he kind of change his reputation? He stayed there. He wants to be here. He's well paid now. Okay. This team is surging. They're dominating in a way that even the Nuggets aren't dominating. The Avs are doing that on a night-in, night-out basis. Okay, keep it up. Work through these injuries. The Gavin Brindley injury doesn't seem to be major right now, but we're kind of left guessing. And with the back-to-back, he's probably not going to play. Yeah, it's hockey, so we're guessing. He's probably not going to play in a back-to-back, I would imagine. But we'll circle back on Monday and see where things are at with him. So you're battling some injuries, but you're still winning and you're still dominating. What they did in the third period, it took a close game to they blew him out of the water or off the ice.
Yes.
Oh, they actually really didn't do that till the third. Frozen water. Yeah, it is water, right? Yeah. It's just frozen.
It was water at some point during its life cycle. You know?
Exactly.
No, you're right, Cecil. I think that the fact that they're doing this, them being the Avs, with the start that they've had, 1 regulation loss, 4th team ever in NHL history to have 1 regulation loss through the first 20 games of a season, with primarily their backup goaltender, with injuries from their top 6 through their middle 6 and into their bottom 6, managing all of that with the production and the dominance that they've displayed is such a positive sign. But with that positive sign comes increased expectations, harder evaluations, and just frankly a lot more at stake. So plenty to be excited about at Ball Arena, and we will hope that continues through this second quarter of the season the way that it has for both teams in the first quarter. All right, coming up next in Check Your X, I think I may have found the most insane sport ever practiced by human beings. I'll hit it with Cecil coming up next.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is on a mission to feed families this holiday season, and we need your help. As part of our Fill the Truck campaign, we'll be collecting canned goods and non-perishable food items to benefit the Food Bank of the Rockies November 19th, 20th, and 21st. So stop by the Walmart Supercenter in Highlands Ranch near C470 in Quebec from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and help us fill the truck for those in need. Head to denversports.com/truck for more info. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at Corwin Toyota. Get a new 2025 Tacoma with rates as low as 1.99% APR for up to 60 months, or lease for as little as $39.99 down and $279 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2025 RAV4 for $39.99 down and $299 a month. Visit us up Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Cold weather's coming fast. Do you have a game plan for winter? If your heating system is more suited for the bench, now is the best time to upgrade your system with the best pricing of the year. Take advantage of tax credits and energy rebates before they run out. Only from my team at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh, man, I do a terrible turkey impersonation. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs from Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. Those of you that listen to the Dan Jacobs Show know that I just love the holidays. But I also know these holidays in particular can be really tough on a lot of people, whether it's the government shutdown, inflation, the economy, whatever it is, or some people just have a hard time during the holidays as it is every single year. It's just a hard time of year for them. As always, we want to be here for you. If we can help out with a little bit of that with free food and groceries, we would love to have you any first or third Thursday of the month. Come on out to Eastern Hills Church at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. We're even doing smoked ham and turkey this month in honor of Thanksgiving. So if you need it, anybody, no questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. 4 to 6 p.m., Eastern Hills Community Church, every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Top users make between $200 to $300 per month.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code REFUND25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code REFUND25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code REFUND25.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Every day at 11:45 on Dover and Cecil, we check our ex, getting you ready for your lunch break. And Cecil, I think I have stumbled across, as has the majority of the social media consuming audience.
Okay.
Maybe the most insane sport ever coming out of Australia.
I saw this and I was like, this can't be real. This is AI. Like you see a lot of things now.
Yes.
There's AI creators. That
all the bears jumping through windows while people are going to the bathroom.
Right, yeah. So it's like, this has got to be AI, but it's not.
Aussie, oi, 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 my God. It is called Run It Straight. And you're probably thinking, well, what does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. It is two large, muscular, athletic grown men lined up on the opposite end of a pretty decently sized room from each other, one holding a rugby ball, I believe. Maybe both are. And all they do is run straight at each other, full speed, for a collision in the middle, and it's like a game of survival. It is actually the sport that Cam Scataboo aspired to play when he was a child, running into telephone
This is basically
poles.
the Oklahoma drill without pads or a helmet.
Yes. I can't. I saw it. I saw the videos of it. They were talking about it on national radio earlier today, and I looked it up for myself, and I said, I can't imagine an easier way to end my life than trying to play this sport.
Yeah, it's a good running start, probably about, I would say, 10 yards or so for each one.
Yeah, enough to get ahead of steam.
Meet in the middle and hopefully tackle them or go low. Like, this is absolutely brutal contact collision sport that none of us did that way, but as kids, we would do some of that, but not like that, and not with that size of man.
It's like Fight Club. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but it's like Fight Club, and there's like a ring of people cheering and like lauding this on, and like they meet in the middle, and it's like that classic split-second decision of like, where's my leverage at? Do I go high? Do I go low? And ultimately, the winner is just standing in the center of the ring like Maximus. Are you not entertained? And the other guy is crippled over, questioning his life decisions, I would imagine, in that moment.
I would imagine in that moment, you're going to be hurting in a bad way. And, Cam Scataboo, 1, he's got to write his letter to Santa coming up next month. And then 2, he's probably...
You think he's going to leave the milk out in a used game cleat?
Well, probably. Once he's done with playing football, which is probably next year, maybe he can go to Australia and do this.
If he ever decides, it's like Caitlin Clark, right? If she ever wanted to leave the WNBA, there's like a million other basketball offshoots that she can make tons of money in. Cam Scataboo, if he ever just decided that the NFL didn't interest him anymore and his brain doesn't have the goldfish capacity to memorize a playbook anymore, he would dominate this specific sport. Did you catch Jade Barron on social media?
Yeah, I did. I saw that, right.
He put up the story of him, as a nice, probably Getty image or something from the Broncos team of him breaking up a reception on Travis Kelce. And he put that photo up on his Instagram story and said, quote, "Tell Swift, put me on a song." So the Broncos beat the Chiefs. Now, I will say, Travis had 10 catches for 91 yards in that game. So that incompletion that Jade Barron was photographed and a part of was one of the few plays for the Broncos that was made on the Chiefs tight end. But what did you make of him chirping Travis after the game?
He didn't even capitalize Swift.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, so he just put Swift. So that was even more disrespect. And I think it's funny. I think if Kansas City fans are offended, you got to figure out how to beat the Colts now, Kansas City. Get over it.
Well, you talk about, every rookie's got their welcome to the NFL moment.
Oh, yeah.
Jade Barron actually found himself a bigger welcome to reality moment. You piss off the Swiftie mob.
Swifties, right.
They know everything. They are more power. They're like the Illuminati, but they don't operate in silence. They are upfront and they want you to know about it.
Lord, I wish they were silent.
And Jade Barron actually followed up on social media afterward. He posted on his story, "Y'all are trolling me on my phone. Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to be an artist and I want some help." So he was
okay.
He's trying to say, I wasn't trying to troll or dig on her.
Right.
I'm actually saying, hey, Taylor, I am an aspiring artist. Let's collab. I think he might be making that up. I've never seen, I don't know what Jade Barron's SoundCloud looks like, but I did think it was funny that at a minimum, Jade Barron got a little taste of what it's like to be on the wrong side of a Swiftie, a hive, an army, and immediately had to follow up and maybe backtrack a little bit.
Yeah, backtrack as much as he could, but they're going to be offended, so they'll be all right.
What's on your timeline, Cecil Amy?
What's on my timeline? A lot of different things that I have to ask you about. What's a rap album that'll never leave your rotation? Something you'll be listening to at various points for the rest of your life. We just played part of All Eyes on Me, a double album from Tupac Shakur. The entire double disc set is one of my favorites. Yes, I had the CD. Yes, it was when it came out because I'm old, but that's one of those rap albums. If I just need a reset or I'm having a bad day or whatever, I put on some Tupac All Eyes on Me and I'm okay. And I know every single word. I can't wait for the next song. Only God can judge me. Like all the hits, right? All the hits. I think disc 1 is better than disc 2, but that is an all-time rap album that will never leave. I saw Shea Serrano on Twitter asking that question last night.
He's funny. Listen, I was always, because of the era, I think, in the years that I grew up in, I was a huge Eminem fan. So the Eminem show back in 2002, you could go to, even though it's a little cuckoo bird now, but College Dropout by Kanye West was an awesome album.
That was a lot of people's answer, by the way, was College Dropout.
College Dropout by Kanye West was awesome in terms of early to mid 2000s. I was very young when it came out, but I do enjoy The Chronic, the Dr. Dre album for the early 90s that came out the year before I was born, so I don't know if I get to claim that one. But there's a few that would be in that category. Steve.
Yeah, and I think all of us have those we can go back to. With rap albums specifically, I can't really say that for other genres. Maybe I could, but with rap specifically, it's always...
I think it's about those hits. It's about the way I think it connects with the audience. Like people view, especially rap in the 90s and even the early 2000s, especially I would say in the 90s, it felt like it was kind of like a credo that you wanted to align with and live by. You felt like you were that rapper and their lyrics were kind of embodying something important to you about your life or how you wanted to outwardly project. And I don't think you get that same connection.
Well, for example, Metallica's biggest album is the Black Album. I don't really want to listen to the Black Album.
AC/DC Back in Black is one of the better top-to-bottom albums, I think, if you ask
I'd rather listen to Dirty
fans.
Deeds than Back in Black.
Right, exactly. So there are, again, there's different catalogs and they have different strengths. But yeah, I think to your point, hip-hop as a genre, I think, connects on a deeper level than some others.
Okay, give me one more here. Play me that, Jameis, and I'll give you one more. This one coming in from Michelle on Twitter. The fact that Hooters hasn't launched a home delivery service called Knockers seems like a missed business opportunity to me.
That is so good.
It's $1 million idea. It's $1 million idea.
How has nobody thought of
You're
that?
Hooters, but you deliver at home, so you're Knockers, and you're knocking on people's door.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah, no,
it's
that
absolutely
is
perfect.
And in the age of the Ring doorbell camera, the amount of awesome deliveries that you would be able to have live forever.
See, you took it to the next level. I just brought it up because you're knocking on the door. It's like Hooters, Knockers, funny. And then you took it to the, watch your Ring cameras, fellas.
I'm just being honest. You were talking
You're a perv
about
at home, basically.
You were talking about, tens and pursuing tens earlier, and I'm like, listen, a couple of 3s and a 4 makes you a 10. You know what I mean? It's all about the sum of the averages.
A couple 3s and a 4? It'd have to be at the same time. But
well, I mean, yeah.
Either way, I like this idea. Are you a big DoorDash guy? You DoorDash?
I try not to be because it's
expensive.
so friggin' expensive,
Yeah.
Cecil. It's amazing. Like, and listen, I have to have that like internal monologue with myself. It's the spirit on each side of the shoulder.
You live in Parker, where there's like everything.
Correct.
I live in Roxborough. We got JP's and Domino's and Waterton Tavern if I want to go pick it up.
Right.
But as far as delivery options, they're pretty thin.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a matter of where you live. I think it's big in like major cities too, because you're like, I don't want to go out in the zoo or walk or the traffic and all that stuff.
Right.
So certainly living where I live, there's a lot more options. But there have been times where it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock. I don't have anything around the house to eat. I don't want to go to the grocery store, obviously, and I'm staring at this DoorDash, Uber Eats thing, and I'm like, do I want to pay $27 for a Chipotle burrito? Like, is that what I want?
If you use the Knockers app, you would.
Yeah, no, I think that would definitely help sway, certain things. I'd be curious to see what taxes and fees get associated with that price. But
make sure
it's
touchless delivery.
Yes, though. I'm into it, Cease. All right. That is what's going on our timelines. Checking your ex can be kind of an interesting experience at times.
It's a little wild.
All right, coming up next, there was a conversation that aired earlier on our station about Bo Nix, a franchise quarterback, what that means, and whether or not certain players are fitting that bill. We will react to that conversation coming up next.
Would anything short of a title feel like a disappointment for the Nuggets and Avalanche this season?
Yes, it's championship bust for both of them. I mean, look at the Nuggets and the moves they made. They've improved. And to just say, like, win a couple playoff games, no, I don't think so. Not with these two groups and not what we've seen them do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It may be the stuffing or the mashed potatoes, but this year, you'll have a new Thanksgiving favorite. Chris Mon here, president of Alpine Bank Boulder, member FDIC. This favorite is out of the kitchen and into the heart of downtown Boulder. Here's race director Lee Troop with the details.
It's the Alpine Bank Thanksgiving Day 5K. There's a kids' fun run too, because everyone loves to feel good. Whatever your age or pace, we hope you'll be there Thursday, November 27. The event's new course connects the West End and the East Ends of Pearl Street and finishes on the Pearl Street Mall in front of the courthouse.
Here's more to feel good about. The Thanksgiving 5K raises money for Harvest of Hope Pantry. Between now and race day, food donations can be made at Alpine Bank, Runner's Roost, Ozo Coffee, and Wild Provisions. Go to teamboco.com for details.
What's always a favorite? The feeling of gratitude.
Here's Denver's champion wide receiver, Benny Fowler, with Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Benny, when you caught that pass for the 2-point conversion at the end of the 2015 World Championship game, did you realize you were making Denver football history?
And that was one of the final historic career passes of one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time?
No, when you're in the moment, in the flow, you just go. You're trying to execute. It didn't sink in at first, but then it hits you, and then you feel so blessed.
You made Denver football history.
Well, I just did my job. You guys make history every holiday season at Williams Jewelers.
How so, Benny?
Every gift from Williams Jewelers on Christmas morning is historic. I can promise you, they'll never forget it. Friends, this holiday, go see my jeweler, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, and you will make a little history too. And hey, tell them Benny sent you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
I'm actually mad that you didn't just get up and walk out when I said that, because I would have been like Will Smith in the living room, like what's going on here?
What's going on?
What's going on here? No, Richie Carney sitting in for Josh Dover, making his way ever so slowly eastward for his holiday.
You know he's listening on the app. What's up, Dover?
What's up, Dover? Speaking of the app, the text line, shout out to YouTube. By the way, you said last segment that I took your Hooters delivery knockers idea to the wrong place. If you just read the text line right now for 11 seconds, there are people who took it way further than I did, and I appreciate all of them. They're all hilarious. Yeah. I can't read them on air,
right?
But man, do I need to tell the people out there, shout out to all the tribe contributing on the text line. I see your texts about Cecil's idea. They are hilarious.
We've got a bunch of habitual line steppers on our text line.
Oh man! Also, Cecil, you're getting people who are saying that the Indian fusion place up in your neck of the woods in Roxborough is worth a try.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've heard good things. That's for sure. Don't know if they deliver. Pretty sure they do, but deliveries. Listen, when I get home to the compound in Roxborough, I don't want to leave. I just want to kind of stay home. I'm actually a homebody. Like, in real life, what am I like? I'm actually really quiet. I don't talk a lot. And I just kind of listen. I just kind of want to be, at peace.
Well, your boy Creaky,
mountain air,
your boy
stuff like
Creaky
that.
loves the Indian fusion spot.
Okay.
So shout out Creaky. Thanks for the recommendation. We'll see if Cecil Lammy can brave the elements.
And Outkast, by the way, getting a lot of love for our rap albums that you need. Stankonia.
Wu-Tang Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Nelly's Country Grammar album. I do like that album. I did not think that was going to enter this particular conversation, but shout out Big Perm. I appreciate
it's
that.
Better. It's maybe not an old timer, right? Like The Chronic or All Eyes on Me.
I'll give Big Perm some credit though. He said it appeals to multiple generations.
Right.
Like you'll get younger generations today that
My
can hear
kids
country
know
grammar.
Nelly.
Yeah, and know Nelly and can resonate with that. The same as the people who were their age when it came out.
Right.
So I'll actually give a little bit of maybe a generational credit there. Cecil, when it comes to the Denver Broncos, as they are now halfway through the sophomore season with Bo Nix, the question was posed earlier today on our morning show with Huey, Dewey, and Louie, Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, as to whether or not Bo Nix is a franchise. Huey, Dewey, and Louie, or Alvin and the Chipmunks, right? There was Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. Is that a better, Stink would definitely be Theodore. I don't know if
I do love me some Mike Evans, but he's not Jason Lee. Jason Lee's one of the top dogs out there. Funny, skateboarder, right? Jason Lee. I'm a big Jason Lee fan.
Well, those three, that trio this morning was talking about Bo Nix and whether or not he profiles right now as a franchise quarterback for the Denver Broncos. And in order to answer that question, they each kind of had to go through their different nuance as to what it actually means to be a franchise quarterback. Listen to the definition that Mike Evans gave.
Franchise quarterback for me is somebody who is clearly established as your starting quarterback. You're not in a rush to go find somebody else. He wins more than he loses, and he's basically a playoff quarterback, will win the odd playoff game here and there. Okay, but isn't a championship quarterback. Mm-hmm. That's a franchise quarterback. Do I believe Bo Nix is going to be a franchise quarterback at least? Yes. And that's not bad. That's not a bad thing to be able to say or feel midway through his second year when you consider how many teams fail to get the quarterback position right. So I'm very confident in my opinion, this guy is a franchise quarterback.
This, by the way, Cecil, this is so...
That's so Mike Evans.
It's so Mike Evans, by the way, to be like...
You know what he's doing?
He's wedge driving. Yes, and it's working because I'm going to allow it to happen right now. I'm going to allow Mike to drive a wedge right in between me and whoever apparently might agree with him, even if it's just him. because separating the idea of a franchise quarterback and a quote-unquote elite quarterback, right? Full Joe Klatt there. I think is silly to me because when you look at franchise quarterback, you're implying that quarterback is the face, the namesake, and the driving engine of an NFL franchise of which there are only 32 in the world. So it's one of 32 men on planet Earth that can occupy that position. With those parameters in place, how is a franchise quarterback not elite? Now, not every quarterback in the NFL is a franchise quarterback,
right?
And there's varying debates to it. But if you're going to say, oh, a franchise quarterback is a guy that, he wins more than he loses, but, he might show up in a playoff game here and there, but he's not going to win you a championship.
That's just a starter.
Yes, exactly. Why is he a franchise quarterback if your goal as a franchise is to win a Super Bowl and you feel confident, isn't going to be able to get you there? How does that make sense?
Well, I'm going to have you do something that you may not like to do, but you need to do it. You need to do it for all of us. So I'm going to have this request, and honestly, it's not even a request because you're the one that needs to do this.
Okay.
I need you to look at Mike Evans' butt because I think he ripped his jeans. I think he ripped his jeans from riding the fence. Make sure his jeans are not got the hole in the crotch or the buttocks like Forrest. Is he smart or is he like me? A franchise quarterback is elite. Stop trying to move the Kev. Stop trying to move.
You already hit it yourself once.
I know.
You don't even need Kev anymore.
Stop trying to move the flipping goalposts. Stop trying to do this. Well, I mean, because then no matter what happens with Bo, Mike Evans can say he was right. This is what Mike Evans has done for 30 years.
Yes.
I've been here 20 years. He's been here 30 years doing it, okay? And what does he do is he says stuff so that he's right either way. Bo blows it up, wins the Super Bowl. Well, I told you he's a franchise quarterback. I already said that. I know he's right. But then Bo doesn't do it, and he loses in the wild card round. And then he says, well, he is a franchise quarterback, but he's not elite. Stop.
Yes, Mike Evans did not learn that tactic during his brief stint with the Syracuse School of Communications, but he may have learned that in the James Marilat Masters program because it feels when you can orchestrate an argument where you get to look at everybody and say you were right either way,
right.
You fall into that vein.
Somewhere our guy Sandy is shaking his head.
Let me talk.
At Mike Evans. Let me talk, Sandy. I think he's shaking his head at our guy Mike Evans. A franchise quarterback is a franchise quarterback. That's elite. Now, if we talk physical skill set, okay, Mahomes, Jackson,
Lamar,
Allen.
yeah.
Okay, what have Jackson and Allen won? Nothing. Bumkiss. So
individual awards.
They can have all the individual awards. I've compared Bo Nix to Jared Goff and Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan was an MVP of this league in 28-3, and he should have won a Super Bowl. Had Kyle Shanahan remembered to run the ball.
Yep.
Of course, and Jared Goff with the Lions. Now, he hasn't won anything either, but Goff is, what would you say, a top 7 quarterback? Like right at 7?
Yeah.
He's behind Stafford. He's behind Burrow when Burrow's healthy.
Even if you want to say fringe top 10, I'm fine with that. Bottom end top 10.
Well, isn't that where Bo Nix is? Isn't that where he's going to be? Like, Bo Nix is never going to be Josh Allen. He just isn't. He's never going to be Joe Burrow. He just isn't.
He could be like Josh Allen 0.
But
maybe.
is he? What do we get Josh Allen with Super Bowls? Because Josh Allen ain't winning anything with Sean McDermott. So, like, Bo Nix already is a franchise quarterback, and I think this whole elite conversation is just a way to put Bo down while also saving yourself in case Bo, like, wins a Super Bowl. Because the Broncos are set to win a Super Bowl this year. Super Bowl 60 is theirs until it's not. And I've said that since August. I'll continue to say that until they lose in the postseason. This is theirs. Go get it. Don't wait around for your turn like Buffalo.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And I think it just further points out the way that we constantly wring our hands over the evaluation of the quarterback position. It's the most important position in professional sports. It's one of the most difficult positions to play in all of sports, and thus comes the extra scrutiny, attention, and conversations like this. Now, when you're talking about Bo Nix, based on your definition of a franchise quarterback, Cecil, which you and I seem to be much more aligned, than you and Mike Evans or me and Mike Evans on what that definition should be, and we don't need to split the difference between franchise and elite. Has Bo Nix profiled through 1.5-ish seasons in the NFL as a legitimate NFL franchise quarterback that currently plays for the Broncos?
No doubt. No doubt. There's zero doubt. There's zero doubt that Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback. And we saw that last year. This year, there is a slump. But this year, we've also seen him play a complete game in just his last outing. I want to see what these next 6 games hold for Bo Nix. And for Bo Nix to continue to play good, consistent football, it's what this team needs because the defense, my definition of a franchise quarterback? That Bo's already done, by the way. So he's already there. But my definition is merely this. When things aren't going your way, can that guy win you a game? When the chips are down and it's a bad day for the defense. Listen, all these fourth quarter comebacks, we can say, hey, the offense was bringing up the rear. But the defense had allowed that team to get a lead.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But who had the fourth quarter comeback?
Bo Nix in the offense.
Exactly.
Yep.
So he's already a franchise quarterback.
Literally, Cecil, the second you were setting that up, when you said what you said, we had a text come in on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, from the 8064. A good quarterback can outplay a bad game plan.
Yes.
A franchise quarterback can elevate a team beyond a bad game plan, beyond a shaky defensive performance on the other side of the ball, which is something totally out of their control. They can, because of their own contributions, mask warts, lift and rise the tide that brings up all boats, and push a team when it needs to be pushed. And I think that Bo Nix, with 5 fourth quarter comebacks in the 2025 season thus far, and I think he's got to be close to 10 now in his career because they had several last year in his rookie season. I think he has shown the ability to have something that you can't teach, which is that clutch gene, if you want to use more superlatives and buzzwords. But when the lights are brightest, that's a kid that knows how to step up and rise to the occasion, that does not shy away from the moment. It may not look like that for 4 quarters. It may not look like that consistently week to week, game to game, situation to situation, or drive to drive. But when it's a gotta-have-it moment, Bo Nix is going to step up and make that throw to Cortland Sutton on 3rd and 15.
Yep.
He's going to step up and make that throw into double coverage over the top of an outstretched corner to Troy Franklin to set up a game-winning field goal against the Kansas City Chiefs, who were at their most desperate point of the season. Bo Nix has that, and a franchise quarterback also has that, and you can't teach it.
And that throw to Franklin specifically, that final one to set up the game winner, that shows high intelligence because the corner's playing outside leverage.
He said it before the play.
Yeah. He's playing outside leverage, so he knows to throw that thing to the inside, and that's where the corner's trying to use the sideline as an extra defender, outside leverage.
Smart play.
Throw it to the inside. Then he doesn't have that extra defender. Then it's a completion, and it was, and thank God Troy Franklin didn't drop it.
It's a dangerous throw and a tough play.
That's a high IQ play. Stoney, now I have to ask you, because you still are a suit, Richie. You're cool, you're my guy, but you're still a suit.
Okay.
How much are you going to allow me to be crazy today? Because you guys level off my craziness sometimes.
Do you feel like I've been restrictive of your crazy thus far, Cecil?
Not today, but I'm just asking. It's Friday. Maybe you're a little more lax. You did not enjoy a beautiful Mountain Dew.
I didn't want to take it away from you. I cracked a different beverage.
You did ask, though.
Yeah.
You did ask. Because our guy Stoney in the chat room is saying it's like Joe Montana. Now, he's got to win a Super Bowl, but you have a little above average arm, good mobility, high IQ. Doesn't that describe Bo Nix perfectly? And I think his arm is strong. It's above average, and I wouldn't say a little above average. It is above average. Yeah. He does have good mobility, and he does have a high IQ. And what would you rather take? When you evaluate quarterbacks, and no one's got it right, and trust me, I have not gotten it right, and someone's going to bring up Paxton Lynch.
Second round grade.
I didn't like Trevor Siemian, and I thought the first rounder needed a shot. Whatever. But when you evaluate quarterbacks, the guys with the big arm, the Jay Cutlers, they have a crutch. That crutch is that big arm. Drew Lock, what did he have? He had the big arm. It was a crutch for Drew. Drew never rounded out his skill set. He never worked on his feet because he had the big arm. It'd bail him out of everything. When you have a strong arm, an above average arm, but not a rocket arm, it means you have to be really precise with what you do. Footwork, that's why it's so important for Bo. So would you rather take the Tom Brady, and I'm setting it up wrongly, but still, the Tom Brady, Joe Montana, like, yeah, their skills are okay, they can move a little bit, but they're really smart. Or the guy like Josh Allen, who's like, rocket arm, can run forever, never going to win anything.
Is Jalen Hurts flawed as an NFL starting quarterback?
Yes.
Did the Eagles just win a Super Bowl in dominating fashion?
Yes.
So it can be done.
Yes.
And people can say, and I've been one of them, I'm not a Jalen Hurts truther. I'll just raise my hand and say that right now.
Phil is.
I know, and I've argued with him.
He doesn't throw
sitting
the middle of
in
the field.
this chair about this exact thing, and you got to put some respect on my boy Hurt. No, I don't. I actually don't. I promise. But The Philadelphia Eagles constructed a roster and have a head coach with an offensive game plan and a philosophy, regardless of whether A.J. Brown likes it or not, that wins. And it wins consistently. They just came off of a dominating Super Bowl performance where, and by the way, both Super Bowls where Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes have squared off against each other, Jalen Hurts outplayed Patrick Mahomes, who's the greatest quarterback of the decade with the dynasty that the Chiefs have unfolded. Brock Purdy is not a perfect quarterback, right?
Not at all.
But in that system, with Kyle Shanahan and the players they have around him offensively and the help that they get defensively, despite a lot of injuries, that is a team that is consistently in postseason contention, and he has brought them to a Super Bowl despite being essentially Mr. Irrelevant, right in that Trevor Siemian type of category where he might as well be working for Northwestern Mutual if one team decides to pick.
I talked to Brock Purdy
one
at the
other player.
Shrine game for an hour, and he was going to sell insurance. He thought the Shrine game was his last, hey, got to play football one more time.
Yeah. So to think and to say that you need to have not a quote-unquote franchise quarterback, which is a step below the top. So the quarterback that you are going to bank the entire hopes and dreams of your franchise on is actually not the highest tier of achievement for a quarterback, that there's this elite tier that you want to put Mahomes and Allen and Lamar and Joe Burrow and all of them in. Well, outside of Mahomes, those guys haven't won anything. And so it really comes down to, I think a franchise quarterback is the quarterback that fits your franchise's system and allows you to contend reasonably for the highest goal. That's not how Mike Evans sees it. I don't know if that's how Stokely and Mark saw it. I think they were kind of still stuck because Mike led them like the Ducklings. Mike led them down this wrong path, and now they're just following Mama Duck.
You taking a shot at all three of them?
Yeah, they just, and normally they don't. Normally
Stink is my guy. Stoke is my guy. They don't normally do that.
They're both my guys, but listen, there's only so much I think they can push back at a guy like Mike before it's like, I'm exhausted. This is a 4-hour show. Unless you're
Mike
Mark
Evans
Slaughter.
is exhausting?
Yes, absolutely. There's so much going on in that gigantic cranium that it's hard sometimes when it all is just coming at you full speed for you to kind of take it in stride. But I digress. I disagree with Mike. I think we're getting a lot of support on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, that not only is there no need to split hairs when it comes to the franchise quarterback definition,
right,
but that Bo Nix, in an early sample size, in a limited sample size thus far, but it's all we have to evaluate it off of, I don't think there's any reason not to be optimistic that Bo Nix can fit that description, because I think Bo Nix passes the confetti test with Sean Payton and the Walton Penner ownership group right now. I think they could do it this year. And if that's the case, how could I say, well, at the same time, yeah, but I don't know if he's a franchise guy.
Right. No. He's a franchise quarterback. And the elite conversation, I think, is why we talk about old stuff. We already know he is. When did you know Nikola Jokic was that guy? Was that dude? And as someone who went to a lot of games when he was a rookie, and it's like, okay, they have Nurkic and they have Joker, and Joker's game was not yet what it is, obviously. But Yusuf Nurkic was a guy that was big and physical and low post and mean and all that. But Joker, there were fans at the time, I still remember, there were fans 10 years ago calling their shot about Joker. And I thought at the time, when he was a rookie now, granted, rookie Joker, I was like, y'all are ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous. And then he came into his own. There were literally people calling the second-round Taco Bell commercial like that guy, maybe not MVP level, but they're like, if he gets it, and if he gets it, and he gets it. And it only took really a couple of years before he started to show that MVP level. But once he did, we didn't deny it. No, I mean, maybe. No. You just saw it and you knew.
The visions were there. I mean, Tim Connolly came into this studio and on these airwaves been like, hey, listen, if we thought Nikola Jokic was going to be who he was, we would have waited until the Taco Bell commercial to draft him. We would have taken him right away.
Right.
We would have moved up to get him.
And remember, there was a Nurkic versus Joker, like, who are they going to keep? Because they hated each other, and they were only going to keep one.
Yes.
They picked the right one.
No
but,
kidding.
like, they had that vision.
You want to talk about ultimate butterfly moments?
Don't even bring it up.
My God.
I don't want Ashton Kutcher. I don't want any of these butterfly effects. No.
Cecil, you talk about like people that because you could see it when you watched him as a rookie, like that passing ability was just there where he would make a play where you're like, whoa,
what?
It wasn't
doing?
It wasn't every single night, every single possession like it feels like we get now, where we're just almost desensitized to it because of the frequency. But there were moments where you go, wow, look at that. That was from the center.
In full disclosure, don't at me, bro. Bo Nix is not on the level of Nikola Jokic, okay? That's one of the best all time.
Yeah. I don't know
and
that
Bo
there
Nix
are many...
is a really good franchise quarterback.
Yeah. You had teammates of Nikola Jokic's during that time who were saying that. Mike Miller, who played in the NBA for like 2 decades, he had a 17-year career. He had a good run with the Miami Heat. He came to Denver on the tail end of his career, and he's done interviews on podcasts and stuff since then where they asked him, because that's right around the time of Nikola Jokic's kind of rookie introduction into the Nuggets, the first couple years of Jokic's career, and he would go on these national podcasts and these interviews and be like, oh yeah, I would go off to the side with the coaches after practice and be like, hey, that gangly guy over there, that's the best player on the team. That chubby white kid, he's going to be a difference maker. And
Can you be gangly and chubby at the same time?
Well, yeah, a little bit, because he's like 6'11".
He's got some length,
yeah, he's got
but
the
then
length
he's got
in
the
the
chub
arms.
a little bit. Okay,
Right,
it's healthy, a happy weight,
in
happy.
the midsection.
He's happy.
So I think that for me, if you were asking me when did I know, I think it was the bubble run in the COVID postseason.
Okay,
with all the weird stuff that happened there, but you had back-to-back, 50-point games with, Jamal Murray and dueling with Donovan Mitchell. 57, and you had them come from back-to-back 3-1 comebacks, and again, not to go Ashton Kutcher, but the Mike Conley shot that ricochets off the rim in just the slightest way could change the whole. But that, to me, was like a maturation point for the Nuggets core. That was where, and I'll give credit to, because I don't want to lecture either, Zach Bai has kind of pointed this out as well, where he came on.
Professor Zach?
He came on my show and talked about that run. We were doing our Mile High moments and all that, and that was one of the back-to-back comebacks was one of them. And he said, the way he phrased it was that was like the puberty season for the Nuggets. That's when they went from being boys as a group to becoming
boys to men. Motown Philly.
Right. And I think for me, when you saw Jokic, because that was the year, remember, he wasn't chubby anymore. He slimmed down. He was more athletic. I think the narrative around him, he was very self-aware of, and he really put emphasis and effort into changing his body and preparing himself for the run that he's now gone on. And the result is what should be 5 consecutive MVP awards.
And there was a point, the reason why I bring up Joker and go down that memory lane with you is, one, I didn't know what your memories were of Joker, so I wanted to know. And then two, there got to a point with Nikola Jokic where he was undeniable. And again, Bo Nix is not Nikola Jokic, okay? Joker is one of the best to ever play in the NBA ever. As great as Bo Nix can be, sorry, Kev, I don't think he's going to be a Mount Rushmore quarterback. He's not going to be Peyton Manning or John Elway, and he's not going to be Tom Brady or Joe Montana. I do not believe that. Maybe Pat Mahomes if you want to force him on there. But when there's a point with Joker, you just knew. And we're already at that point with Bo Nix. So I think Mike Evans is having an old conversation.
Yeah, you could. And listen, we've been so starved for quarterbacks.
Usually their old conversations are just about the Rockford Files and Starsky and Hutch or whatever 70s show. No, Weird Science is too new
too
for
new?
them.
That's too new?
Hey, I watched this new movie. It's called Weird Science, guys.
Was that Kelly LeBrock?
Yes, very good.
Clutch.
Kowalski analysis.
Would. Hashtag agree. All right, coming up next. Are we in a situation with the two teams that call Ball Arena home where anything less than a title becomes a disappointment? We'll make a case for each coming up next.
Has Sean Payton successfully rebuilt the Denver Broncos?
This dude is undeniable. Resetting the culture, redefining the standard, picking the ingredients to cook the meals with. Like, that Sean Payton? That's the head coach.
That's the head coach, and Sean Payton's a damn good head coach.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Life happens, and then
Debt happens. Your laptop dies when you need it most. A hospital bill hurts more than an injury. Enter End Credit Union with a free debt consultation and a plan built just for you. End is here to help you break the debt cycle and get your finances on track. Debt happens. End helps. Schedule your free consultation at end.com/coaching. Standard account and credit qualifications apply.
Winter is upon us, which means shorter days and slippery sidewalks. But you don't have to run or walk in the dark. Don't let bad weather stop you from reaching your fitness goals. That's where Fitness Gallery can help. We believe there's nothing more important than your health. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose, from the safety and comfort of your own home. For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, we have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. Stop by one of our 7 convenient locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Wishing you a very happy half-off holiday because right now Mint Mobile is offering you the gift of 50% off unlimited. To be clear, that's half price, not half the service. And Mint is still premium unlimited wireless for a great price. So that means a half day, yeah?
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials all for under $25. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on the Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rock's Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
This was my entire adolescent life right here.
Summed up in one song?
Summed up in one song.
Okay.
I'm just a giant Bowling for Soup song.
All right, well, I have to ask you a question then, because my man Josh Dover rarely lets me down. Rarely.
Okay.
But I think I might have sent him a picture, because we always talk about Latina baddies on this show, because they are the best. I sent him a goth baddie, and he's like, I don't really like goth girls.
Bro.
And I was like, what's wrong with you, Dover, and who replaced you?
Yeah, no, the rocker with the nose ring, the punk rock, you know, dabble, maybe a little dabble of the black lipstick. I don't know. I can make it work.
I can make it work, Cecil.
Yeah. I think we all could. I think Dover was a little off his game that day.
I'm like, you want to play Dungeons and Dragons? Fine, that's cool. I'm into it. Let's go. My high school.
Wait, are you a boyfriend chameleon? You're not that guy, are you?
No.
Okay.
No. But I will say
we all can be that sometimes.
I was that in high school, and actually, I'm kind of glad that I was with my high school girlfriend. She was into like metal and screamo and all that stuff, and that was not
screamo.
Yeah, that was not. Big Warped Tour participant. She liked a lot of that stuff, and I that was not where I was at 16, 17 years old.
Okay,
but
she went there.
Sure as hell pretended like I was. She was like, "Oh my gosh, Pierce the Veil just came out with a new album, isn't it great?" I'm like, "So good,
it's awesome."
You have no idea.
I love Pierce the what is it?
Yeah.
Pierce the Veil.
Pierce
yes,
the Veil.
They're
yes,
awesome.
Yes, no, you bring me the horizon. Yeah, but
we all do that. We all do that. You shouldn't do that for a long-term relationship.
I think you got it. You don't have to be a full chameleon. Like you don't have to completely change, but it's important to give a little. You want to be invested in their interests. You want them to be involved in yours, and it doesn't mean you have to love it or like it, but appreciate it, because I think that's part of like growing that bond. Not to get all crunchy. That's usually your role.
That's my area
on this show.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've been known to chameleon here and there, but doing that for my high school girlfriend, I actually still listen to a lot of those genres or those bands like today. So it's kind of like a lasting effect.
It's a little nod.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, and I think speaking of chameleon, there's a lot of people on the bandwagon for the Nuggets and the Avs.
Yes, they are the girl all the bad boys want.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they are the teams that if you are trying to find or you just kind of like what they're doing, you're jumping on this bandwagon. Now, whether we let them on, whatever like that, we can have that conversation, but this is what you get, because the Broncos are experiencing this, by the way, right now as well, but the Nuggets and Avs, they've perfected it because they've been in a championship window. But this year, more than any, is championship or bust.
Anything less than hoisting a Larry O'Brien trophy or watching Gabe Landeskog and Nathan McKinnon lift Lord Stanley's Cup over their head would be a disappointment to you, Cecil Lammy?
1,000%. It's got to be not even just getting there. It's got to be winning it, hoisting Lord Stanley's Cup, hosting the Larry O'Brien, or hosting it, drinking out of the cup, like whatever it is, they've got to do it. You're built that way now, and much like I talk about with the Buffalo Bills, you can't wait. It's not your turn. By the way, if that's the case, it should have already been the Avs' turn. It should have been the Nuggets' turn, right? But they fell short and couldn't go back-to-back, and then fought hard. Look at how hard the Nuggets, let's start with the Nuggets specifically. Look at how hard they fought last year, and they were incomplete. They were an incomplete team with an interim coach.
And they took the eventual NBA champs with the finals MVP, who was the regular season MVP and basically the scoring leader for the entirety of the season, to 7 games in a competitive Game 7.
Right.
With Aaron Gordon on a grade 2 hamstring strain.
Yes.
With Michael Porter Jr. having basically 2 healthy
and a
limbs.
diaper on his shoulder.
Yes, exactly. And nowhere near the quality of the bench depth that they have, at least in this limited sample size we've seen through a quarter of the season this year with Jonas Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway, bringing back Brucey B, etc.
Yeah, and now you look at it and say, well, you set yourself up for an even deeper run, because when you were halfway going, you took OKC to 7. What can you do this year? We know it's OKC and Denver. That's where this is heading.
2-horse race.
We're on a collision course for that, and the East doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now, the East doesn't matter. The Knicks made it. They're going to get waxed. It doesn't matter. Give me a team. Give me a team from the East. I'm going to tell you,
Cavaliers,
they're going to get almost swept in the NBA Finals. This comes down to who wins the West, and then just take care of business. But that's the Denver Nuggets, and in hockey, it's clearly the Colorado Avalanche. Doing what they're doing, being on the scoring rate that they are, it's absolutely fantastic for this team. 4th
NHL team ever to have just one regulation loss through the first 20 games of a season. Your 2025 Colorado Avalanche. They joined the 2012 Chicago Blackhawks, who won the Stanley Cup, the 1979 Philadelphia Flyers, who lost in the Cup final, and the 1927 Montreal Canadiens, who lost a bitter series against their fellow Montreal rivals, the Maroons.
The Maroons?
The Maroons. 2 teams in Montreal.
Wow. Is that why Bugs Bunny would call you a maroon? Anyway, Colorado's goal differential, you brought this up earlier. Let's unpack that a little bit. because the Avs goal differential plus 36 more than doubles any other team, and the Avs goal differential during this winning streak alone plus
7
20
games.
would be the best in the NHL. Think about that.
Their goal differential in the last 7 games would be the most of any NHL team this season.
Right. So if you do not win it all, not go there, not make an appearance, not barely miss the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah.
No, if you don't win this thing, it's already bad enough with the Nuggets, but with the Avs, I mean, my God.
No, and we talk about this. We've fallen into this trap, I think, at times with both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, Cecil, where they're so good. The Avalanche have 2 of the best 3, and maybe neither one of them are 3 players in hockey. Okay, and then you add in the pieces that they've added around their core. I know they ship off Mikko Rantanen, but you've got Marty Necas now, who's one of the most electric scorers in hockey. You've got quality depth scoring from Gavin Brindley, from Victor Olofsson. Brent Burns has been a nice defensive addition. You have Valeri Nichushkin, who still, even if the disparity maybe has dipped a little bit, the way that the Colorado Avalanche produce, score, and win when Val is on the ice versus when he's off is still a massive swing.
So you're not worried about
Colorado.
Val's slump?
No, I'm not.
Gotta
worried
get
about
healthy.
It.
Gotta get him right.
Got to get healthy. And look, Brock Nelson's had a goal, I think, in 4 of his last 5 games. So you're getting some quality production on that second line from someone other than Val. Gavin Brindley was helping out with that.
Yeah, we were seeing some great hockey from him.
He got hurt. The Avalanche have the depth in place and the goaltending behind it to be able to sustain and withstand dips in production from star players. And I think that's important and that's key. But we fall into this trap sometimes with both the Nuggets and the Avs because of how talented they are at their cores, where it's like, hey, we know they're really good. They'll get them next year. You know, they lost in the semifinal. They ran into the Thunder. Or like, man, how were they supposed to know that Mikko Rantanen was going to end up with the Dallas Stars and they were going to end in 7? No. These 2 cores each have 1 championship. And if that is how it remains throughout the remainder of the time that we are fortunate enough to watch them here in Colorado with their respective teams, we are going to look back on it with some longing and some disappointment. And nationally, they are going to look on it with a forgetful glance. They are going to be the 2019 Toronto Raptors or the 2021 Milwaukee Bucks. Will the Denver Nuggets with their 2023 championship? They're going to be the answer to a trivia question and not remembered in the history books as a potential dynasty that was and still could be, but you got to go out there and take it. I feel like Shia LaBeouf. I'm like, just do it. Just win the title. Like they have to just go out there and do it at some point.
I'll be Gary Oldman. What's it take? Everything. You got to get it done, and it's something with both the Nuggets and Avs. Hopefully they are doing, because I believe in the NBA, has it been the last 7 champions have all been different? Of that cluster, including guys, teams like Milwaukee and even OKC just last year, who's the first of those that would double up? It's the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
It's going to be OKC or Denver. So we're going to have this streak, because you mentioned in this era, it's been like Giannis gets one and Joker gets one, so it's been a different team.
Not a lot of repeats.
Right. The first to repeat will kind of own this era. And you want the Joker era to be remembered as a championships plural era.
He is already the most dominant player of the 2020s in 4
Then how do we
of
define
5.
the Nathan McKinnon era? Because you've got the greatest player on the planet. You got 1 cup. You got 1 ring.
Yeah. No, it's tough. It's tough, and that's why this conversation needs to be silenced. We need to move on from this, not because it's not worth talking about and people are tired of hearing about it. Frankly, because we're tired of hearing about it. It needs to be ended because they just need to win another damn cup. And they need to win a second title in franchise history if you're the Denver Nuggets. Because that will do such a massive favor and take a massive step in legitimizing these cores and these teams as the dominant teams of their era, or at least give them a fighter's chance. All right, coming up next, your resident fantasy football expert, Cecil Lammy, has everything in store for you. Send your fantasy questions, your lineup, clarifications into the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 or on our YouTube stream. We will get into all of that and some news from around the NFL and college football coming up next.
Has Bo Nix already proven he has the clutch gene?
What I'm seeing here is real. When you tell this man, go make a damn play, he's going to make that damn play for you. That's all I need to know is my quarterback is ready to roll when it matters the most.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
What's up, guys? Josh Dover here. I want to talk to you about something that changed my life a couple of years ago, and I am talking about testosterone treatment with my team over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm in my 40s now, and a couple of years ago, I was close to being 40. Started to feel tired because I wasn't sleeping through the night. That leads to no energy to work out either before or after work. And one of the big bugaboos was my sex drive was all but gone. Who wants to live like that? I know I didn't. So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I took their low T quiz, and then I set up my first appointment. First appointment was going to cost me $99, but I got out of there without spending a penny because I agreed to sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. First pain-free shot, I felt the results in about 2 weeks. Now here I am a couple years later, sleeping through the night, energy to get to the gym. Sex drive is back, boys. I feel like I'm in my 20s again. So if you're suffering from any of those symptoms, do what I did. Get to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz, and set up your first appointment. Do it today.
Imagine almost every jewelry legend all under one roof.
Roberto Coin, Marco Biccigo, Ippolita, Paul Morelli, Mickey Moto, Tacori, Hearts on Fire, and dozens more, all in one store.
Imagine a diamond bar with almost every size, shape, and price range GIA diamonds.
And a Swiss watch center with all the great marks, including Longines and the legendary Tudor. I'm Dylan.
I'm Shayna Williams, inviting you to Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
We've built one of the largest jewelry stores in America with one vision.
To be the only jeweler you will ever need.
For that perfect diamond engagement ring.
The ultimate holiday gift.
Or just because you deserve it. Williams Jewelers of Inglewood at the corner of Broadway and Bellevue.
Now, imagine their face Christmas morning.
This holiday, come to Williams Jewelers.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Hey, you want to go to Phoenix this February for the biggest party in golf? Well, you're in luck because it's the Fan Flyaway presented by 303 Law 4040. Our buddy Dan Jacobs hooking you up here with that opportunity. And it is time to call our third name, Joseph Borrego. You have 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our drawing for the grand prize.
Let me see his name. Joseph
Borrego.
Very good.
Yeah.
I was going to say, come on, Richie, you got a better effort than that.
Joseph Borrego. You have 10 minutes to call us back, 303-713-1043, to be entered into the drawing for the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Phoenix, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. Joseph Borrego, 303-713-1043. Chicken Fingers is eagerly awaiting your call behind the scenes. All right, Cecil, we got some fantasy questions rolling in here.
Yeah,
but
we got some
before that,
fantasy news, too. But you got some Bo Nix stuff. New stuff.
Yes, Bo Nix was on the Pat McAfee show earlier today with a crash appearance from his
Was he wearing a tank top?
No, he was wearing sleeves. That's how you know it's an important day.
Okay.
He was, not only was he wearing sleeves, he was wearing like the thick flannel, like button-up overshirt.
Whoa.
With a shirt underneath. That's 2 shirts.
That's a good look. That's
Two
a good
shirts.
look.
It is
Yes.
a good look.
It's
a good
versatile.
look. Yes. I feel like he might have got it from Costco because as an avid Costco shopper, I'm usually
You recognize that?
Yeah, I buy Costco clothes. I'm not ashamed to admit it. They're great. I'm wearing them right now.
You shouldn't be ashamed to buy Costco clothes.
Great golf apparel. I don't know if all that Drew Spivak ever wears is sweatpants
They
and golf
have
apparel.
the Shark. They have the Shark brand.
Yeah, the Greg Norman.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Anyways, all of that aside, Bo Nix was on the Pat McAfee show, which is hyping up USC Oregon, right? Big college football
Dan
game.
Lanning was on with him.
Dan Lanning was on with him, and they
He's so
jointly
crazy.
interviewed. He's psychotic. I love him. They jointly interviewed Bo Nix. They hit on a bunch of topics from college transition to the NFL, but there was one quote that stuck out to me, Cecil, where Bo Nix was asked about his change in preparation as he transitioned from his freshman season in the NFL to his sophomore season and a different approach that he took. Take a listen.
I focused this offseason on maximizing, and it sounds crazy, but maximizing how athletic I think I can be and not neglecting that and just being able to run as fast as I possibly can and be able to move as quick as I can. And I mean, the size is always going to, be there. And I feel like, 215 for my frame is plenty. I can get up to, 220 and it's like, I don't feel much of a difference, but I think the strength is there. And I think at this point in your career, with the college strength and conditioning program where you worried about strength, I think now because everybody in the league's athletic. If you can move away from people, if you can run, if you can try to avoid some guys and run for a first down, I think that's where defenses, they can't stand it. So a lot of us, going into the league, if you look at a lot of the guys in the league right now, up and coming, the guys that are just showing up, I think the ability to escape is what sets guys apart. You've seen Patrick do it for forever now. Josh does it at a high level. Obviously, Josh is, different size than all of us. He's bigger than every single one of us, it feels like. But there's still an element of moving and getting away from the blitz and the pressures and being able to extend plays that I think just gives defenses a hard time.
Interesting note there about, trying to work on his athleticism and run as fast as he possibly could.
Right.
Cecil, do you think that the emphasis on speed, which, yeah, he could be also talking about speed on the field, running the football, but I also think there's an element of I need to speed up the processing element of my game, the reading through my progressions, and my operations within the pocket need to be faster.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
That's
think
a mistake.
I was just going to ask, do you think that approach has maybe led to some of the more erratic up and down nature and potential regression that we've seen from a footwork standpoint with Bo?
I go back to the question I had for Joe Lombardi, which is the best answer Joe Lombardi's ever given ever in an interview, where it's like, okay, hey, Kurt Warner and Chase Daniel are talking about his feet. Me too. What is it? Oh, he's not keeping his base. There's sometimes you wish your quarterback would stay with the play because that route's going to break open, and you just have to stick with the timing of the play. I don't like it if Bo Nix was changing the timing of what he spends in the pocket. You've got to escape. You have to have escapability, which is true. He does have it, which is awesome. But in this game, when those windows come open and those routes are tied to your feet, you better make sure that your drop back is the same, that your timing is the same with your routes because they're tied into those breaks. And so when you hit that third step, you're either going to throw there or you're going to take one step and climb and throw again. And as Lombardi said, hey, maybe something pops and you got to break the play. but you have to stay with the play while the timing is there. Once it's thrown off, somebody pops something different, then you've got to make a move. And Bo can do that, but it's just seemed like at times he's rushing through his progressions and he's abandoning the play before it's fully developed.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And I know, listen, you still got to get the ball out in under 3 seconds in most NFL contexts, given where pass rushers are at in the NFL. But I say that to say you don't have to microwave it much faster than that. You're already operating under a pretty short clock, and there's a lot to manage within that short window of time. And I think that I kind of looked at Bo Nix's his kind of struggles or maybe some regression points in this season, and the only way that I could diagnose it, because I don't doubt Bo's athleticism at all. I think he's a fantastic athlete, and I think the evidence of what he can do with his legs, especially in late critical game situations, has helped the Broncos in large part be where they're at today. But it just felt like there was so much white noise to me going on between the ears, so that the problems from the neck up were starting to impact things from the neck down. His body mechanics were being a little bit thrown off or rushed or hurried to the point that you alluded to, because I just think mentally between the ears, there's too much going on. There's too much noise. Maybe it's also Sean Payton trying to cram a 45-second play call into his ear with 12 seconds, you know what I mean, to get it done. And so for Bo, I think that what we saw against the Chiefs was the best four-quarter example, I guess, outside of the Cowboys game, maybe.
Right.
Where you're playing against air at that point. You're operating in a vacuum. Of the Bo Nix that we saw from the back half of the 2024 season. I made a note, Cecil, within the first 4 or 5 offensive plays of their opening drive, which ended in a field goal, which was pretty good for most Broncos opening drives this season. I remember making a note to myself and said, wow, this Bo already looks different.
Yes.
He was flat-footed.
He was settled.
He was poised. He was settled. He was confident. And the result was the routes that Sean Payton was scheming were open.
The results looked good. That's for sure. Super quick on some fantasy news and notes. We have Isaiah Pacheco ruled out with Kansas City, so you're going to have to make some changes there if you were expecting Pacheco to be back. It looked like he was going to be back, and then he wasn't, so he is out now. Aaron Rodgers still questionable. Again, he's got the wrist. Now they're calling it a thumb injury, but it's non-throwing hand, so we'll see about that. Also, it looks like Ramondre Stevenson will play. So how does that affect Travion Henderson? Because he's become a fantasy darling. Is Stevenson going to get dowdled? I made that a verb, by the way. Okay. So you can be dowdled now. Sounds weird. Don't get dirty. I was
going to say,
whereas Chuba Hubbard was like the guy. They paid Chuba Hubbard, and then Rico Dowdle was better, and Hubbard was hurt, and then Hubbard came back, and he was the backup to Rico Dowdle. Is Stevenson that with Henderson? We'll see. And then speaking of the mentals, and I say this in light of, I want all you out there in the tribe to, always be sending out positive vibes, always be sending out those prayers for people. There's some weird stuff that we don't know going on with Bucky Irving right now. Rondé Barber was the first to mention this on a podcast about hey, Bucky's got to be happy with Bucky before he gets back out there. And he wouldn't elaborate any further. People are saying maybe it's some personal stuff. I know he's got a shoulder and a foot injury. But it just seems like there's something else going on with Bucky Irving, and we want to make sure that, he's good in the right mental space and all those sorts of things, because he's a fantastic young man and a great player for the Buccaneers.
Yeah, that's good information for both Nebraska Greg on the Ramoslaw.com text line and myself, who are, Nebraska Greg says Charbonnet or Irving this week coming off of injury. I'm really thin and I need your help, Cecil. Sounds like Charbonnet.
It's going to be Charbonnet, right. And then Tampa Bay with the Sean Tucker breakout game, they can just keep leaning on Sean Tucker, who probably dowdled Rashad White.
I know, killing me again. You
picked up Rashad White?
Well, I had him as the handcuff. I drafted him as the handcuff.
Yeah, smart.
I'm a big handcuff guy, too. Take that what you will. Let me give you another one here, because there's a couple that have piled up here. Jacob from Montrose. I'm beat up at running back, Cecil. Should I start Bam Knight or Tyrone Tracy Jr.? It's a really big week for me. Thank you. And as always, go Tribe.
Yeah, back-to-back in my rankings. 0.01 difference in points projected for Bam Knight above Tyrone Tracy.
Okay, so it sounds like you're kind of in the same boat either way there, Jacob. Just roll the dice.
It's a coin flip call. Go with your gut.
What happens? All right, one more here. Hey, Cecil, Jerry Jeudy or Chris Godwin for a flex, Lucas and Thornton. Chris Godwin coming back this week?
Right, Godwin coming back this week. Jerry Jeudy with Shedeur Sanders. So I guess
Not
the answer...
happy, by the way, Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, the answer would be, okay, who do you like Shedeur? Because if you like Shedeur, you're going to start Jerry Jeudy. Again, no BS. Back-to-back in my rankings this week. Judy above Godwin by .02 projected points.
I'm a big Chris Godwin guy. The Jerry Jeudy thing, I don't know if you saw his post-game interview. It was like a minute and 45 seconds of a lot of things we got used to toward the end.
It's Jerry Jeudy.
With Jerry Jeudy. So maybe if Jerry Judy's got some A.J. Brown kind of pull and then they overcorrect this week offensively.
He's like discount A.J. Brown. He's like Temu A.J. Brown.
Temu A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I love it. All right. Appreciate all you sending in your fantasy questions and updates. We will keep an eye on the text line going forward. But in the meantime, the Denver Nuggets have a sneaky important game tonight against the Houston Rockets. And thankfully, they got an encouraging injury update ahead of tip-off. That's next.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is on a mission to feed families this holiday season, and we need your help. As part of our Fill the Truck campaign, we'll be collecting canned goods and non-perishable food items to benefit the Food Bank of the Rockies November 19th, 20th, and 21st. So stop by the Walmart Supercenter in Highlands Ranch near C470 in Quebec from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and help us fill the truck for those in need. Head to denversports.com/truck for more info. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Cozy Heat. It keeps all the air you already pay the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 80% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece Leslie, to tell you how a gas insert from Cozy Heat will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Cozy Heat gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Cozy Heat fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Winter is upon us, which means shorter days and slippery sidewalks. But you don't have to run or walk in the dark. Don't let bad weather stop you from reaching your fitness goals. That's where Fitness Gallery can help. We believe there's nothing more important than your health. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose, from the safety and comfort of your own home. For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, we have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. Stop by one of our 7 convenient locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rock's Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4. On 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Your work week. Hopefully you have the weekend off. So I think it's victory formation, regardless of
Victory
victory
formation. Yeah, I agree.
It's victory formation, right?
And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation.
Not this weekend, but hopefully for several weekends coming up, we will see more and more victory formations for the Denver Broncos. We're kicking off our quarter number 4, fourth and final quarter, with your final opportunity to help us out in feeding those in need this holiday season. Cecil, did you know that 1 in 8 people in Colorado, including 1 in 7 kids, experience food insecurity? That's why Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and Walmart are teaming up, and we invite you to help us out. Today, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., join us at the Highlands Ranch Walmart near C470 in Quebec to help us fill the truck by donating food products to the food bank of the Rockies. For more information and a list of the most needed items, head to denversports.com/truck. You and Dover were out there yesterday.
Yeah, it was fantastic response from the tribe. Several shopping carts that were filled with groceries for Food Bank of the Rockies, and just thank everyone out there, because food insecurity is something nobody should have to go through, and y'all made a difference yesterday, so thank you very much.
Couldn't agree more. I saw the video you guys were putting out. I saw all the support we were getting from so many members of the tribe, so many great listeners, and people who rock with us every day. I had a shift out there myself, and it really is one of those things, Cecil, where you look at it and you're like, yeah, it's 2 hours of my time. It's in the middle of my day. You got to move things around. But when you're there and you're into it, and you just realize that, like, it might be a can of green beans here. It might be a box of noodles or mac and cheese or peanut butter and jelly, whatever it is. But what seems so insignificant and costs us so little in the grand scheme of things means so much and can make such a difference to other people. And it just really kind of puts that outward perspective of me, it could always be worse, right? And so I think it's so important that we, when we are able to donate our time, donate our money, donate opportunities to help, that we do so.
And it's something where it feels great, and it helps someone in need. And we're all going through stuff that, most of us don't have any idea. So always choose kindness, always choose love, and lots of love that was felt yesterday and continuing today with Food Bank of the Rockies. Let's fill that truck. Fill it up, man.
8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We got about 5 hours left out there at the Walmart C470 in Quebec. If you can, if you're able, please, we would love to see you out there and help us fill that massive truck of food for those in need. All right, Cecil, shifting gears here to the Denver Nuggets. They've got kind of a sneaky important game here tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Against the Houston Rockets, who are very comparable to the Nuggets in terms of early season success. The Rockets are 10-3, Nuggets are 11-3. But more importantly, for this micro stage that we're on tonight with the NBA Cup, the Nuggets, and the Rockets, are both 1-1, as are the major teams in a loaded Western Conference Group C.
Right.
So all 5 teams have identical 1-1 records in this NBA Cup standings, and this will be an important deciding factor because both the Nuggets and Rockets lead their groups in point differential, which is the tiebreaker when it comes to record.
Yeah, this one is a big one, and the Rockets reverted to a skyline lineup on Wednesday in Cleveland, so they're going to use some size, or at least they could. And one of the favorite lineups that I've seen this year for the Denver Nuggets, wouldn't mind seeing it a little bit more, is when Valanciunas and Joker are on the court at the same time. So you want to bring your skyline? Okay, let's see if Big Val, the real big, Nichushkin is not Valanciunas. Big Val is Valanciunas.
Mm-hmm.
Val Nichushkin is just Val.
Well, they're both pretty big. You ever seen Valeri Nichushkin on the ice?
They're both big, but I think Big
He's
Val
like a refrigerator out there.
is much larger.
Oh,
So-
yeah, no, you don't, well, I mean, NBA to NHL, that's crazy.
Yeah,
but
that is
yes,
crazy.
But yes, Jonas Valanciunas, when he's out there amongst NBA bigs,
Yeah.
looks massive. But
Although
no,
we did have a 6'7" guy score a goal last night. What is it,
did you just throw a
Edstrom?
6'7"?
6'7", yeah. The Edstrom guy from the Rangers.
Yes.
Because when that went by Wedgwood, I went and examined that goal again. I was like, oh, it's because he's 6'7". Those angles are weird.
Yeah, that's crazy.
6'7" guy skating at you?
I think Darcy Kemper was like 6'6" or 6'5" or close to that. In net, he was
Yeah,
massive.
so you get some NBA size, but not Big Val size.
The Rockets, the reason why I actually think you're onto something when it comes to the potential to deploy the Jokic Valanciunas
Twin
double
Peaks.
big, the Twin Towers or Twin Peaks knockers lineup is the Rockets have bona fide size down there. They have Alperen Sengun, who is a legitimate bona fide star in the NBA already, and Steven Adams, an NBA veteran big man, who gives them a ton of presence up front. Rebounding, second chance points in the paint. They have the opportunity, the Houston Rockets, if they want to play real hard hat and lunch pail basketball. And I think that Jokic, as big as he is and as dangerous as he is when he is in the center of the offense like that, where he can distribute, kick it in, dish it out, and all the different things that he's capable of, beating up the Nuggets inside, putting Jokic in a position where he could find himself in early foul trouble is dangerous given how much of a fulcrum he is for the offense. And while Big Val then has been such an integral part of the bench unit that has allowed Jokic to have the rest that he has. He's averaging, I think, more than 5 minutes less per game than he was at this point last season, and we're seeing the effects of that. But given the size, threat, and the presence in the paint that Houston presents, I wouldn't be surprised if David Adelman leans on that double big lineup a little bit.
Double big lineup, and then we have to figure out, what does Payton Watson do for an encore? And full disclosure, if Payton Watson doesn't score the points, if he goes back to a 5-point night, listen, I don't think there's any sort of victory lap that anybody should be doing about, like, it's Watson the guy, is he not the guy? There's no victory formation for that. It's just merely a looking at what Watson does and everything that he does with scoring, which does matter, by the way, with Watson and the responsibilities that they are giving him, and they need to. What's the health status on AG? Do we know that yet? Kev, do we know that yet?
We do. We got an update. Per the Nuggets' latest injury report, Gordon has been upgraded from questionable to probable as he deals with bilateral hamstring management. That's a mouthful. Bilateral hamstring management. BHIM. Be him.
Be him. Well, Aaron Gordon is him, and they'll need him tonight. And then we'll need Payton Watson, not 32 points, but more than the 5 points that he had against Chicago.
But again, this brings up, if we're going to add more reasons to why that potential Twin Towers lineup, that double big lineup with Big Val and Jokic would make more sense, is you could deploy Valanciunas at the 4, play Jokic as your 0.5, and give Aaron Gordon some rest in that spot. And I think that we talk so much about Valanciunas and the bench's opportunity to rest Jokic and keep him fresh over the course of an 82-game grind. But I think the same could be said given how Aaron Gordon's last couple of seasons has gone, and as he continues to age and get a little longer in the tooth in his NBA career, that Aaron Gordon could benefit from rest during stretches of a regular season as much as any Denver Nugget.
Yeah, and I think that's something load management is something that I've been watching David Adelman this year of, like, okay, how do you handle when guys aren't quite 100%? How do you handle it in game? I love the games where Joker barely plays in the fourth quarter. Those are the best games because, the Nuggets are taking care of business. I do not believe that's going to be the case tonight against the Rockets. This is a test. This is a test that's going to test you with their size. Who's guarding KD, right? We've got a lot of conversations about this game tonight, and it's like a mini playoff preview. I personally believe, it's OKC versus Denver in the Western Conference Final. That's what it is. You got to get there, and to get there, somebody's going to have to go through Houston. Or Houston's going to have to come to you, whatever, you know what I mean.
They're a factor in the game.
We get a little bit of like a learning point. Now it's without Christian. It's with a banged up AG. But we get some data, some information. Like, okay, how's Houston going to attack? How does David Adelman and the Nuggets, how did they respond?
7:30 tonight. It'll be a big one for NBA.
On Amazon?
Yeah, is it on Amazon Prime? Chicken Fingers was telling us during the break.
Adam Silver is the worst commissioner in all of sports.
Worse
It's not
than
because
Rob
he
Manfred?
looks like Nosferatu. It's the fact it totally does.
Yeah.
He sleeps upside down. It's because how many, and somebody had it before the start of the NBA season. It was literally like a dozen different
8
services that you'd have to watch every NBA game. It's just stupid. I want to turn on my TV and be able to watch. Now I know, and I have sick brag, bro. I have Prime, so like watching stuff on Amazon.
So do I. They just hit my billing account for the year, and I was like, oh god.
Oh
okay.
no, there it is. Yeah.
All
so
right.
I think in this situation we'll have to say, NBA, just put the stuff on TV, please.
All right, coming up next, there is a new name that has entered the chat that could potentially help the Denver Broncos with a problem of theirs that may unfold down the back half of this season. That's next.
Would anything short of a title feel like a disappointment for the Nuggets and Avalanche this season?
Yes, it's championship bust for both of them. I mean, look at the Nuggets and the moves they made. They've improved. And to just say, like, win a couple playoff games. No, I don't think so. Not with these two groups and not what we've seen them do.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Mike Evans here. Copperhead Plumbing will make sure your plumbing is ready for winter. From drain cleaning, garbage disposals, leaks, water heaters, toilet repairs, and 24/7 emergency plumbing. Cold weather can mean frozen pipes, water heater issues, and small leaks that turn into big problems. So get fast, reliable service before winter hits. Visit CopperheadPlumbingInc.com today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing, keeping your home flowing all winter long.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Red Rock Roofing. Red Rock Roofing stands for greatness, which is why their free inspection videos offer you valuable knowledge and peace of mind about your Red Rock roof. Red Rock roofers use only the finest roofing materials on the market, installing roofs that'll stand up to all Colorado weather, and they'll even upgrade you to impact-resistant shingles at no cost. Call 720-735-ROOF. Visit redrockroofing.com. Red Rock Roofing.
Standing for greatness. Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Yeah, you're a little stitious. I told Kev earlier, I was like, we need to treat this like a regular Friday. It needs to be Victory Formation at 1. It needs to be Man in the Mirror. There's another, what's the other song? Not Back to the Hotel.
Pitbull.
Pitbull, yeah. So we've got another banger coming up. But yeah, we've got to keep everything the same so that the Broncos can keep things the same when they get back out there.
Well, one area of the Broncos
where they might be different
that I think should be different, actually, and not the same, is the approach and perhaps the personnel in the running back room, Cecil. Because without J.K. Dobbins, who is out for the remainder of the regular season, and I guess according to Rappaport and some others, that there's a chance he could come back from his injury if the Broncos were to make the Super Bowl, right? But nothing really before then with any vote of confidence. So the Broncos are without J.K. Dobbins for all intents and purposes for basically the remainder of their season. And without J.K., boy, that running back room takes on a different complexion.
Right.
I don't want to be maybe so harsh and say that it's like when you're at the bar at 1:55 a.m. and the lights come on. and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, everybody here looks a little different than they did about 5 minutes ago. But it did not look very good, in my opinion, against the Chiefs. It was good enough with R.J. Harvey, Julio, and Tyler Bidet, but if I'm extrapolating what I saw against the Kansas City Chiefs out over the final 6 or so games of this season, Cecil, I think the Broncos offense that has already had some struggles to maintain a balance and consistency week to week and quarter to quarter is going to have an even more uphill battle with the running back situation.
Yeah, the running back situation is one to monitor. Will they go to the Dolphins practice squad and get a Jeff Wilson? Will they sign others that may now be available? I've always mentioned like Jamal Williams because he was a touchdown hog with the Saints a few years ago, so maybe something like that out there. It's not Latavius Murray. I don't know how many times you get that, but I get it quite a bit.
Last 100-yard rusher prior to J.K. Dobbins.
Should we get Latavius Murray? No, it's not Latavius Murray. So who is it? Who can it be to help the Broncos?
Well, in theory, it could be. It might take some fortuitous circumstance, a little bit of luck, but it could be Damen Pierce, who was waived by the Houston Texans this week. He did not suit up in their Thursday night football game, I believe, against the Bills. And the Broncos would have to pursue him after clearing waivers because they are, or I guess they'd be the last team potentially.
On the same day that we learn, although Joe Mixon went after the little guy, Ian Rappaport, the little, tiny little guy.
Yeah, he pulled with Jordan Schultz.
Yeah, but Mixon went out because it was reported like Joe Mixon is not going to play this year. And then Mixon himself came out like, how do you know more about me than I know?
Yeah.
He's like, that's not true. So,
well, the way that it would be,
he got community noted, I should say.
It would be the way that Ian Rappaport, not to defend the little guy, but the way that Ian Rappaport would know that Joe Mixon's not going to play this year, and Joe Mixon would know, is that either his agent or he talked to the organization, and they're like, we have no intention of playing him this year.
Right. So on the same day that comes out, Damen Pierce is released. Now, you'll know Daryl Gamawale, and obviously we know Woody Marks and Nick Chubb there, but they have British Brooks. Like, huh? You're getting rid of Damen Pierce? Now, this seems like hey, I'm not going to play. I know I'm good. Release me so I can go somewhere. And wouldn't you, if you're a Damen Pierce, what's the best situation of all these teams? And I mentioned of the 3 elite teams in the AFC, it is the Denver Broncos, full stop. I hated, I'll tell you off air who it was. Somebody was tweeting like the possibly fraudulent 9-2 Broncos. Stupidest tweet ever. Dumb. Just absolutely dumb. Broncos are elite. Colts are elite. And you look at the Patriots and what they're doing. Patriots getting Ramondre Stevenson back. They can run the ball. Obviously, Travion Henderson. The Colts, Jonathan Taylor. Duh. They can run the ball. The Broncos can't. So if you're Damen Pierce, don't you almost ask for your release hoping that you could come to Denver? More so than Damen Pierce, you can go anywhere. You can go to, what's New Orleans doing or whatever. You can go anywhere in the league. Anywhere. If you're a running back, don't you want to come here? These guys are good, and they don't have anybody that could basically beat you out for a starting job.
If you don't like your situation and you're looking around and you see the Denver Broncos, who are a contender in a window of opportunity with a recently vacated roster hole and no one really there to jump out and claim it for themselves, there's not many more attractive pieces that you could put around there. They have a quarterback that they believe in. The offense has shown to have a top 5 or now probably fringe top 10 rushing offense in the NFL when things are moving. So if you are Damen Pierce or Wilson and you think that you can come in and fill that void, and if you're Damen Pierce, you're looking at yourself and listen, I almost was a 1,000-yard rusher
as a rookie.
As a rookie. And then, Devin Singletary comes into the picture, and you got Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, like you mentioned. So it's been like a weird shuffle. And our guy Philip Lindsay has talked about how much of a washing machine the Texans' backfield can be when they had like Rex Burkhead and David Johnson and Phil, and it was just kind of a mess there. So you're probably looking at yourself like, hey, this is a situation that's not showing me to showcase my true potential. But in Denver, it could. So I think it's interesting. I think I'm
interested.
I am too. And I think if you're Sean Payton and George Payton, you've got to be interested in almost everybody because you know what's in front of you. Sean Payton laid the runway out before the start of the season about what his expectations are for this team. So it'll be interesting to see what waiver clearing potential is there and if the Broncos, who are down pretty low on that priority list, are interested in or able to make a move. All right, coming up next, the Buffs may not be bowl eligible this season, but my, oh my, could they use a win tomorrow. I'll explain why coming up next.
Has Sean Payton successfully rebuilt the Denver Broncos?
This dude is undeniable. Resetting the culture, redefining the standard, picking the ingredients to cook the meals with. Like, that's Sean Payton? That's the head coach.
That's the head coach, and Sean Payton's a damn good head coach.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they have a generous deal on windows. Receive $1,000 off every 10 windows you purchase. On top of that, they want to be a part of your Thanksgiving celebration. They will provide you with a $100 gift card to your local grocery store to contribute to your Thanksgiving festivities. Call 5280 Exteriors today to take advantage of this special November promotion. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Another summer has ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
At Ameristar, the best memories don't trend, they last. They're stories we're still telling 20 years later, like winning big at a table with your closest friends, or going all out on a night you hope lasts forever. Like watching your team clinch the playoffs on a giant screen, or stepping away for a weekend you'll never forget. Whatever you do it for the memories, and we'll do everything we can to make them last. Ameristar Blackhawk. Come visit or book your next memories at AmeristarBlackhawk.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This holiday, doesn't she deserve Tacori?
Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in other diamond engagement rings.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Bruce Williams. She deserves nothing less. You'll find your Tacori jewelry at both Williams Jewelers.
Now celebrating over 75 years as Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
So this holiday season, come, fall in love with Tacori, the ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines. In Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
When the lunch hour hits, fuel up like you mean it at the Lodge at your local Twin Peaks. With hearty, crave-worthy classics that hit the spot fast, sink your teeth into a juicy cheeseburger and fries. Grilled fresh to order and stacked high, or go lighter but loaded with flavor like a fresh chicken Caesar salad, or the fan favorite, the turkey avocado smash with sweet potato fries. Really hungry? hungry? Crispy golden chicken tenders and fries are ready when you are. Head in for lunch at the Lodge, Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Cold weather's coming fast. Do you have a game plan for winter? If your heating system is more suited for the bench, now is the best time to upgrade your system with the best pricing of the year. Take advantage of tax credits and energy rebates before they run out. Only from my team at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Woodley's fine furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Archwell Health. Primary care for adults age 60 and older.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD3, DU hockey skates with Arizona State on 104.3 HD2. DU basketball faces CSU, and on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU basketball faces DU with pregame starting at 6:30. Tomorrow on The Fan, home of the Colorado State Rams, CSU football faces Boise State, presented by Rocks Heating and Air with pregame starting at 4 on 104.3 HD3. DU hockey skates with Arizona State, and on 104.3 HD2, Air Force football faces New Mexico with pregame starting at 4:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Doble and Cecil.
Say what? Do it again, Richie. Say what? Friday, man. Victory formation feels great, baby.
And that should send Bo Nix out for a victory formation.
He doesn't have as many names as Shaq, I suppose, but Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305, Pitbull. I actually, there's a theory that's put out there that I actually kind of agree with.
Okay.
It's like you can tell how good, or how, I should say how fun a wedding reception is going to be by the over-under of how many Pitbull songs are on that playlist. If it's like 3.5 or 4.5, if you want to say that number, if it's over that number, that dance floor is going to explode.
Are you the hype guy at wedding receptions?
100%.
I had a feeling you would be that.
100%. Like if there's ever a person,
you know, you should start that business, or actually, we should just write a movie. My buddy Mark, who's a screenwriter, he's in town, of like, because they have like wedding singer, wedding crashers. Mm-hmm. What about like wedding hype guy?
Exactly.
Where like your reception, it's kind of lame, your friends suck, whatever. Hire a guy like you. Your specialty is, I think they did it with Kevin Hart one time. Like, he didn't have any friends.
Yeah,
but
so it was
he's
like best man for hire.
Right,
yeah.
best man for hire. But no. You're the reception guy.
Yes.
You're not the DJ.
Nope.
But you know the best DJs.
I have been to a good number of weddings in my adult life, and there have been multiple occasions where bridegroom, member of the wedding party, whatever, comes to me and is like, all right, we need to get everybody on the dance floor, need you to lead the charge.
Yes.
And then it's like, okay, just give me the walk-up song, and I'm there. So and Pitbull is a fantastic let's get everybody moving artist if that is your goal.
Right, so you put together the playlist, and let's say in this movie idea, you're like independently wealthy because you created Knockers, the delivery service, Hooters home delivery service, like right to your door, knocking on your door. There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Knockers, we got your chicken wings.
Yeah. Oh, that $100 charge is going to look weird later, but it's fine.
No, it's like when you get the movie and it says just like, hey, the on-demand movie purchase.
Yeah.
You don't know what the movie is. I ordered delivery.
It shows up discreetly on the credit card statement.
There's Uber Eats and there's DoorDash, and you've got to create Knockers.
It's like
I'm giving you the $1 million idea.
Every subscription that you do through your iPhone just shows up as Apple on your credit card statement, or at least how it is for me. So maybe a little bit of shrouding and deception there. Well, if that's your goal, then the blueprint is there. If your goal is to watch some college hockey, Cecil, we got your back here. If you want to win some college hockey tickets, be caller number 4 right now to win a family 4-pack to see the DU Pioneers take on the Minnesota Golden Gophers at Ball Arena on Saturday, November 29th at 7 p.m. for the U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame game. Caller number 4 right now, family 4-pack to see the DU Pioneers on Saturday, November 29th. Best of luck. All right, Cecil. In the meantime, I don't even remember what I teased, if I'm being honest. Oh, the Buffs.
Buffaloes.
The Colorado Buffaloes.
Need to win. They need to win in a bad way.
They really do. And it has nothing to do, obviously, with their potential to
they're not going
maximize
anywhere
this season. Because you can say, oh, well, they need to win because, you got to get one under Julian Lewis's belt and build it. Well, no. We're not even actually looking. We talked about using the 1,000-foot view when you're talking about the Nuggets and the Avs and legacies and dynasties with cores and all that. We need to be looking at, like, the 10-foot view here for the Buffs and why they need a win this weekend.
Not even the sky cam? It goes 50,
no.
50 foot, 50, 20.
Fine. 50 foot is as high as I will go.
Oh.
But maybe. They need a win. This segment is just...
We're off the rails. We're talking about knockers. We're talking about getting high.
The Buffs need a win badly, Cecil, in my opinion, because I think we are entering a territory here where the perception of Colorado as a program and the direction that outside recruits, outside potential transfer candidates, and internal candidates within the program who might be peeking around their shoulder, looking around at the rest of the college football landscape, may be looking for a reason to jump ship. We have seen it already twice in the last 3 days from a recruiting standpoint, where you have a Colorado commit in the class of 2026 decommitting for another Power 4 program. Most recently, it was the safety DeMonte Timms, who flipped his commitment from Colorado to Indiana. He was a verbal commit back in July and will now be playing for Curt Cignetti and the Hoosiers. So the 6'1", 190-pound safety from Florida has looked at the current state of the Colorado Buffaloes and what their immediate future looks like and says, I think I can get better elsewhere.
And get better at Indiana, where Curt Cignetti has that team playing some great football.
Yeah.
So you just look overall like
I'm not even going to blame the guy.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
You go somewhere else and maybe, why is he going there? Whatever, family ties, something. No. Indiana, you're going to win some football games. You're going to be in the national spotlight. You're going to be in the college football playoff. And we can't say that with any certainty. What's the chance the Buffs are in the college football playoff next year? 1%? 5%?
Very little.
It's incredibly little. Yeah. What's the chances for Indiana? 90%? Yeah, it's really high. So don't blame the kid, but it definitely shows a flaw in Dion's idea of how to construct this roster, because in the 2026 class, he's got 10 high schoolers, 2 4-stars and 8 3-stars. That's not great, Bob. Sorry.
No.
You'd be able to get these without Dion. You would be able to get 10 high schoolers, 2 4-stars, and 8 3-stars. Now, you'd have to work the living room and work the parents and all that. But if you had a coach that was willing to do that, you can't tell me you couldn't get 2 4-star recruits at Colorado.
And you can.
Come on.
It's not the best strategy regardless, but there's a world where, in theory, in today's college football, you could get away with having the 96th nationally ranked 2026 class behind UTEP and Tulsa if you really were the transfer portal king operating at the height of your powers. If you really were just bringing in all this loaded veteran talent and had the money and resources to just wheel and deal, you can mask some of that. And it may not translate to a college football playoff winning season, but it would at least keep you in the conversation. But if the transfer portal is not being as kind to you as it once was, and you don't have anything filling the coffers from a recruiting standpoint coming out of high school, that is a grim outlook for a program that, because of Coach Prime and all of the attention and fanfare and hype and buzz that he has deservedly brought back to Colorado and kind of revived them from the dead, so with that comes the expectation that you're going to be a contender. And it's hard to do that when you don't have talent coming in through the turnstiles.
Yeah, and they've got to get better at high school recruiting. You can be king of the transfer portal, but what does that get you? Right here in this situation. You don't have a team. You have literal mercenaries that are just going somewhere else. And, hey, it didn't work at Alabama. Well, why not? Why not? Why are you taking Alabama's scraps? And it doesn't mean you can't get some talented players. Again, I love Jaheim Otis. I love that kid's game. But if you're Dion, I think you need to look at how you are doing things. And I don't think he will do that, honestly. I think I'm going to do what I'm doing. I'm Dion. I don't go in the living room. And he's going to do the same damn thing. And the results, unless Juju hits big, this is all on Julian. And I hate to put that sort of pressure on a young man. He's built for it. But if Julian Lewis hits in the way like he's a national phenom, or even if he's like Bryce Underwood, right, who played for Michigan only a month older than Julian Lewis, by the way. Michigan had no problem playing a 17-year-old, but
he sucks.
If he's like Underwood, of course, you're a Michigan State guy. You did take 4 hours to mention Michigan State, so I'm proud of you.
Come on, listen.
I'm proud of you.
You know, I read the room sometimes.
I think maybe there's not a lot proud to be about Michigan State football right now after the, taking the games away and all that.
We're on the basketball season
We're
and
on
hockey
basketball.
season.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Number 1 hockey team.
But if you're Julian Lewis, you have a chance to be the magnet. I'm not saying Deion's not the magnet. I think it would be foolish for me to say that. But I think the shine is off of Deion Sanders as far as like national recruiting, transfer portal. I'm going to go play for Deion. Mm-hmm. Guys want to win games.
Right.
And get paid.
Right. You're in a situation where, and I don't blame them if this was the stance they were to take, but when Deion sits in front of a microphone and says like, oh, if you're a dog, you want to come here and you want to eat. If you're a cat, then you run away. It's like, you know what? I'll be a cat. I'll run away to Kurt Cignetti in Indiana, and I'll scurry my way into a college football playoff. Or
I've
a Big
seen
Ten
some pretty angry cats.
Yeah. Yeah,
what's he talking about? Cats running away.
I thought that was a very arrogant premise, and I didn't like it. I didn't think it was well positioned, and I actually just think it's factually incorrect. It's a flawed,
an arrogant premise from a bad coach.
Now I will say this, Cecil, because I went on these airwaves. I sat in this exact chair across from Philip Lindsay a couple of weeks ago and said, "Hey Phil, I got to be honest with you. I think I'm out on the Coach Prime experience. Like I think I've lost faith in the vision that I saw and that was presented to me when he set foot on Boulder handful of years ago. I just don't believe in it anymore." But Deion sitting in front of a microphone earlier in this week, and in a tone that came across much more humble and perhaps maybe a little bit desperate, if not self-aware, of Deion saying, hey, if anybody's built for adversity, it's me. If anybody can accomplish what I came here to accomplish, I promise you that I am that guy. Give me the opportunity and give me just a little bit more time to prove that I am him. If that is the approach that Deion really takes into this offseason, which would mean making pretty significant changes to his coaching staff, which might mean changing his philosophical approach on the recruiting trail and how he brings in talented players to the program, then maybe we can see a little bit of life coming back into Colorado, because the way things are heading in that direction now, unless Julian Lewis can be the ultimate savior, can be the Shedeur Sanders that covered up all their warts that have been exposed this year alongside Travis Hunter, it could get even uglier than some points that we saw. So certainly something to keep an eye on, certainly something to keep in mind as the Buffs close down their 2025 season and put all eyes forward to 2026. All right. What are we going to be keeping an eye on this weekend around the NFL with the Broncos on a bye week? And what did we see last night in Thursday Night Football that could potentially change the trajectory of the AFC playoff race? All of that coming up next.
Has Bo Nix already proven he has the clutch gene?
What I'm seeing here is real. When you tell this man, go make a damn play, he's going to make that damn play for you. That's all I need to know is my quarterback is ready to roll when it matters the most.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids are going to grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices are going to be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Jim, it's late in the half here at Empower Field, and things are coming down to the wire at the concession stand.
Nachos are a solid choice, but Grant needs to finish strong here.
He scans his wallet and pulls out his Broncos checking debit card for 10% off.
Wow! Wow, savvy move. And with no surprise fees, he won't regret this order.
I don't know, Jim. That's a lot of cheese. Bank like a Bronco with Broncos checking from Int Credit Union. Insured by NCUA. Membership required.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running non-stop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight into the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from Ductworks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, an official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Hey, if you want to go to Phoenix this February for the biggest party in golf, you are in luck. Thanks to the Fan Flyaway, presented by 303 Law 4040. It is the final name of today's Friday show on Dover and Cecil to call and enter in a member of the tribe, hopefully, for our grand prize drawing. And that name is Justin Fairbanks. Justin Fairbanks, you have 10 minutes to call us back at 303-713-1043 to be entered into our drawing for the grand prize. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Phoenix, 2 nights hotel stay, and a $500 Visa gift card. Justin Fairbanks, call us back now at 303-713-1043. Good luck to you, Justin.
Justin Fairbanks, weird question, but are you a Logan Paul guy?
No, I am not. Should I be?
No, I mean, be whatever you want to be, but a bunch of nerds that I associate with have said he's in town today for a box break at 2:30.
Logan Paul is in town?
Yeah. A surprise visit. Again, I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not a Logan Paul guy, but I just thought it was interesting that in a comic book forum that I'm part of, they're like, hey, Logan Paul's in town. Oh, okay.
Yeah, listen, outside of Logan Paul just making obscene, ungodly amounts of money for something that I don't think is all that entertaining or valuable, I have nothing that I'm envious of or interested in and about Logan Paul. But again, he makes a hell of a lot more money than I do.
I'm not saying you're a rich kid, because Dover and I don't necessarily warm up to rich kids because we grew up poor. But you're not a collectible guy. I don't think you're not an autograph guy. You're not
No.
really a jersey guy unless it's Michigan State.
Even then,
you don't collect video games. What?
No, I'm not.
What would you say
I never was
you do here?
I was TPC reports. I tried to get into card collecting a little bit. When I was
as a kid?
Yeah, you had sports cards, you had like Pokemon cards and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I actually got into that, I think, like through osmosis / peer pressure, because like when I was in middle school, elementary school, all the kids would go back behind the soccer net at recess and card swap. And I felt like I was like, I got to get in on that action.
Right,
man.
right.
What am I
Somebody's
missing
making
out
some
on?
money.
Yeah, I want to be that looks cool. I want to do that. I was kind of trying to like run things on the Foursquare report. That was more my speed, but I got into it kind of second-handedly that way, but it just never stuck. I remember thinking when I stopped collecting all those cards, especially like the Pokemon cards, and I was like, I'm gonna be so rich one day when this freaking child's card game goes out of business, man. I am set for life. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. I got
So
rid of
you
them.
never got the collectibles bug, no matter what.
No, I think I was fine to enjoy things for a season and then, stick and move.
Okay.
Pivot.
Right on.
When we're looking at the bye weekend here, Cecil, where we don't have a whole lot to really kind of look ahead to as it relates to the Broncos, but there's plenty going on around the NFL and
you're scoreboard
specifically
watching
on the AFC that'll make for some fun scoreboard watching. One, we've had the debate all across the course of our station over the course of this week, with one specific matchup being the Indianapolis Colts and the Kansas City Chiefs, and the concept that Broncos country and members of the Broncos fan base are going to maybe have to pick an allegiance of who to root for. Rooting for the Chiefs to beat the Colts would then allow you to gain some separation, break some ties, and move further away from the Indianapolis Colts and help you secure the number 1 seed in the AFC and get that bye week to allow the AFC playoffs to potentially run through the Mile High City.
You can't root for Kansas City, though.
But it would require you to root for Kansas City. So rooting for Indianapolis, if you can't do that, would mean that you just beat the Chiefs and push them basically out of contention for the division, but not out of contention for a wild card spot as they continue to kind of figure things out and heat up a little bit. And so the Chiefs beating the Colts would breathe a little life into that program over there in Kansas City, that organization. And I promise you, as down as the Chiefs have looked, they got off to the worst start of the Patrick Mahomes era thus far to a season. They look more mortal than they have in recent years. They've obviously been to 3 straight Super Bowls. I promise you, no team in the AFC wants to see Kansas City in a postseason setting. They might posture it otherwise in front of a microphone or whatever, but in the same way that fans were rooting for the Broncos like crazy down the backstretch of a season to win out, handle their business, and keep Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals with that red-hot offense out of the postseason, that is amplified to the nth degree to keep Patrick Mahomes and that dynastic Chiefs team out of the postseason if possible.
I'm glad you used the D word because it is dynastic. I won't get too nerdy right now, but they're the same team from an advanced data standpoint. Roster-wise, they're pretty close to the same. Tackle different, of course, with rookie Simmons there, but that's a team that's not winning one-score games. That were winning one-score games a year ago.
They flipped heads every time last season. They've hit tails every time this season.
Right. So rooting for the Chiefs is something I personally am not going to participate in. Rooting for a tie, maybe. I could do that. Root for a tie. But the Bengals-Patriots game, that's the one, dude. Because Joe Burrow might play. Now, we don't know. It's Friday. He's questionable with that toe injury that's kept him out of action since September 14th. But if we look at now, Joe Burrow, they always said week 13. He'd be back week 13. Well,
full participant in practices this week.
They're 3-7. So I don't think they could make a run, but they're 3-7, and they're going to be with Joe Burrow, even without Jamar Chase for Spitgate. Not everything has to be a gate.
Just kill me.
But yeah, for that Jamar Chase thing, he's still going to have T. Higgins and Andre Yosevich. Mike Gesicki is back from IR. Noah Fant is there as a pass catcher. So, Joe Burrow could be the savior that the Broncos need because they're so hot right now. The Patriots are everyone's, baby right now, even though they've played the 3rd easiest schedule in the NFL to this point.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a situation where when you look at the remaining schedule for the Broncos with the degree of difficulty compared to the Patriots, that is going to be an uphill battle for the Broncos without J.K. Dobbins continuing to play for now, without the reigning Defensive Player of the Year in Patrick Surtain. We'll see what the update is on the green dot, Alex Singleton. A lot of big pieces missing for the Broncos and a strength of schedule down the backstretch that starts to tick up in a fairly significant way. But you look at the AFC standings as a whole, Cecil. You've got the Broncos at the top, tied with the New England Patriots at the 2nd seed, Indianapolis at 8-2, Pittsburgh, LA, Buffalo, Jacksonville. That's your 1 through 7 in order. Then right below that, you've got the Houston Texans, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens at 6-5, 5-5, and 5-5, respectively.
Ravens are the most dangerous there.
100%. And so you have a situation now where the AFC playoff picture looks the way that it does for the moment. But we saw what Houston did to Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills last night on Thursday Night Football. They roughed him up.
Right.
8 sacks, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Houston wins 23-19 in an ugly back-and-forth game. And I'm starting to wonder, with those teams lurking at 8, 9, and 10, and the teams that are there at 5, 6, and 7, frankly, even one of the teams that's the division leader right now in the Pittsburgh Steelers, and wonder if we're not about to see kind of a major flip in the AFC standings. The Texans and Ravens seem to be figuring it out. The Texans' defense is awesome. The Texans are playing well enough without C.J. Stroud for now that you factor when they hopefully get him back and that whole process takes its course, that they will continue so. The Ravens are obviously playing really good football with the bad start that they had, and Lamar Jackson's health being a part of it. The Bengals getting Joe Burrow back, like you mentioned, I think changes the complexity of that team entirely. And Kansas City, I know they lost in walk-off fashion to the Broncos this past week, but I feel like that's a team that has recognized their mortality, tastes a little bit of blood in that mouth, and is going to say, okay, we know now that we have to win out and we have to put our best foot forward just to get in the playoffs and show we can still make some noise.
Think of the AFC South, because the AFC East, are there 2 teams that are going to come from the AFC East? I mean, maybe. You'd have New England and then Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Then look at the AFC South. The Indianapolis Colts play Houston twice and Jacksonville twice. Still.
Right.
That's going to be big for all 3 of those teams. Now look at the AFC North, maybe if Baltimore puts it together. But look at the AFC West. If you're the Chargers, you shouldn't feel comfortable.
No.
If you're the Chiefs, you are definitely desperate right now. But we have a cluster of teams like Kansas City, the Chargers, the Texans, the Jaguars. The Bills are now in that cluster because they can't win on Thursday night. Like, if you look at these teams that aren't the division leaders and potential division winners, it might be tough to make the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, you look
so we got to watch this play out.
Even teams that aren't in necessarily like AFC battles or playing each other to potentially cannibalize. You look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are, one of the shakier division leaders as of right now, and Aaron Rodgers going through that wrist or maybe thumb injury now, whatever it is on his non-throwing hand. They've got a game against the Chicago Bears this weekend, and the Chicago Bears have kind of caught a lot of people by surprise with what Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and them are doing. So there's not a lot of margin for error, I feel like, for a lot of these teams, and there's enough teams just outside the picture in the hunt nipping at the heels that I think scoreboard watching this weekend as Philip Lindsay and Will Peterson slide in here.
But
guys.
Nobody rooting for Kansas City, right? We can't do that, fellas, right?
Let's start there. We're talking about...
We cannot root for Kansas City to beat the Indianapolis Colts.
So why? What's the reasoning, Cease, to why you're saying we should not root for Kansas City? Because to be honest, I'm on the opposite side.
You're going to totally root for Kansas City?
Well, here's why, and we discussed it throughout this week and actually with Will last night. The reason why I would root for Kansas City is I'm looking at it for the Denver Broncos as the fastest way to get the number 1 seed. Now, I do know that there's a bunch of games left. It's tough.
New England's got a cupcake schedule.
Yeah, but if something does happen with New England and things break our way and Kansas City handles business and beats the Colts just because we didn't beat them, it's an easier way, easier path to the number 1 seed. And now if you have that number 1 seed, then you only have 2 playoff games that you have to win to get to that Super Bowl. I just want the easiest way we can possibly get into the dance.
I think the Colts will be taken care of regardless of the Chiefs, and I hate Kansas City. Other than Tech 9, I pretty much hate Kansas City.
I love Tech 9.
Yeah,
This
I
is
love Tech 9
KKFN
too.
and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. And ironically enough, the New England Patriots, who you guys were just talking about, you know who they have on the docket this weekend? The Cincinnati Bengals, who may get
With
Joe Burrow back
potentially
and
back.
completely change the complexity there. So you want to talk about a sneaky potential upset trap game, there for a team that's right up there with the Broncos in the AFC. There is actually, for a bye-week alignment, a lot of fun games to keep an eye on.
There definitely is, but Cecil, I'm with Phil on this one because think about it. The path in the NFL for the number 1 seed is unlike any other sport. We all want a Game 7 at home in hockey, the NBA. If you get it in the NFL, you only have to win 2 home playoff games to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's why I'm cheering for the Chiefs this weekend, because that pesky leverage penalty is the reason the Broncos don't have the tiebreaker with the Colts.
Right.
So you need Indy to get that third loss. 2 games? The stadium shook last weekend at Mile High.